Sure, and we're live. We're live at the worst possible time, I think. Nah, it can't be that bad. But anyways, I'm back. I'm back. For now. We'll see what happens. I hope you guys can hear me well. I'm gonna move my mic a bit. Readjust. Got a different mic stand because the one I had messed up. It's no longer working. So I got this now. I hope the audio is okay. But anyways, I have no idea how I'm going to go through this, but I will figure out how to show you each and every single one of my decks. I think we'll start with oracles. I think that's what we're going to do. But anyway, that's, I'm getting too ahead of myself. As I usually do. But yeah. Let's see. Hello, Lori Sue Cragen. I forget your name. Sorry, habitual check your phone moment just to see. So yeah, I've been good. It is warm. It is hot right here. But then again, I just sat down. Where's my water? Did I bring down my water? No, it's probably somewhere else. Anyways, I am back. I'm here. I'm going to be doing readings again online at least. Which reminds me, I was doing readings in person. I got to talk about that for a minute because as much as I enjoyed it, it did have its downsides. Or maybe I just got too much in my head, or maybe I wasn't in the right headspace. Either way, I'm gonna say headspace because I think headspace is the most important part to take care of when you're doing readings. So yeah. Anyways, I'm I don't want to start showing off all my decks just yet. But I'm I don't want to put it in this bag. It doesn't seem I like it for that. Apox909. Hello. I'm gonna, but I also don't want to turn on the fan, but it seems like I'm gonna have to. Let's see. Come on. What are we doing here? I'm back. All right. Hello, Gunhild. Okay, no, we don't need you moving. Fan, we don't need you like this. Please stay. Not that. There we go. A little bit better. And that's the thing. That's the issue right there, Lori Sue. It's really hard to separate that because one thing I like to do is relate to the person via sharing a similar experience to myself. But it's so you got to know how to manage that with that. What was it? That boundary, which I think is why it's probably best to use stories, myths, other references to situations or problems that people are facing when they come to you for a reading. So yeah, and I feel there we go. No, now I feel like my head's being cut off here. I feel like that's the angle. I forget. It's been so long. Oh gosh. Okay, so let's see here, and then yeah, we're gonna go through. Exactly. So yeah. What else? There is one thing I need to do though. That's going to be a little bit later. I get a few more people in. So yeah. It's also kind of the tarot tube sphere has it's been lacking. But I think I say this all the time every time I come back. And then it's that's mostly because I haven't been putting any input into tarot tube, and I feel like a lot of people, the new generation, the new generation of tarot peeps definitely are a different are on a different, what would it be, wavelength, a different mindset, a different, I don't know how to describe it. It's the lack of care and effort kind of being put into it, but that's just me. That's just how I'm feeling on things right now. I'm like, or no, actually, there are other things. There are other things, but yeah. So let's see. I'm like, I want to make sure I have everything. Ready. If there's any particular decks that people want to see first, nah, should I do it like that? It is a live stream, and it is just to kill time. Yeah, but anyways. Oh, right, and it's 10 years. 10 years? 10 years? Has it really been 10 years? Unless my math is wrong. But it's been 10 years since I uploaded my first YouTube video here on TarotTube, where I talked about the wild unknown and the animal spirit deck, which I think that's where we should start. And that's where we're going to start. You know, I think that's kind of where it is, because I feel like that deck really was the flagship for what modern tarot is today, if I may be so bold to assume. Hello, Astral Counterpoint. Thank you. Let's see where. Let's start with those then. I think we should start with those. Where's my animal spirits? That's the real thing, is that none of it is organized. Nothing here is organized. Don't do this to me. Huh. I'm like, where would I have put it? Where could I have put it? Embrace the chaos. I mean, you have to realize it's not about embracing the chaos. It's being the chaos. The lack of integrity I find with too many YouTube tarot readers. They go for shtick and hype in a superficial attempt to lure people. It's very sad. It is very sad. I say it almost every live stream. I say it every day, and I think of it every day. I miss Elle from Sacred Seed. Like, the amount of richness in her content is lacking here. I spent too much time on TikTok and the tarot and witch talk communities. That's the thing. I do not want to be on TikTok. I refuse to be on TikTok. Though it would probably help get viewers to my channel. On the other hand, I also don't want that type of brain rot in interacting with me on my channel, because there's some people that I just don't have the patience to deal with the type of, I don't know. And I don't want to, the last thing I want to come off as is like, oh, my content's too good for that. It's like, no. I want engagement. I want engagement, direct, actual engagement. I want questions. I want to answer questions and discuss things about it, and rather than, like, I don't know. I can't describe it. But yeah. Yes, I do. Apox, I do. It's right here. I'm like, I can't use it, mostly because I haven't read the book or anything like that. But it's like I've gone through quite a bit. But I mean, let's start with what people know. I do not have Ethernet, and the Wi-Fi here is at a weird place. Damn, it's lagging. Here, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go here. Is it here? Here. We're gonna do something here. Come on. Where are you? YouTube live ads. There is a thing. Not there then. Is it you? Let's edit this. Let's go there. There we go. Okay. I lowered the resolution. Hopefully that helps a bit. How are we doing now? How are we feeling? How is this? Improvement? Worse? Still lagging? Like I said, I thought I had an Ethernet cable that was long enough for this, but I guess not. I should. I swear I thought I had one. Okay, thank you, Apox. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, so, but back to Wild Unknown. I mean, who here still reads with the Wild Unknown? Okay, good. It's improving. We're improving. We're growing. We did it. We did it. I may just, you know what I'm gonna do? As I go through my decks, as I show you guys, I'm gonna organize them. So I'm gonna be putting them on my bed. I'm gonna put them on my bed, and I'm gonna organize them how I kind of want them to be in a way, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyways, but to continue with Kim Kranz's work, and this is a deck I really like. And I think this she and I've said this when it first came out, perfected collage and the aesthetic of the collage artwork. Not I said the cat. I'm like, no. I use Wild Unknown, one of my favorites. It has its charm, but I think I like her alchemy deck more. This is, I think, truly one of the best alchemical oracles. And honestly, not a bad tool to actually work with alchemical concepts as an oracle. I'm like, it's still a lot to go through, but if you're gonna start with any venture into alchemy, this isn't a bad deck to do that. Which you're gonna hear this a lot. A lot of people will get decks and be like, I want to learn this or that, so I got this deck to help me with it. And it's like, no, get a book. The Will to Change, and a few other books that I wanted that I thought I had, but I guess not. Yeah, Bell Hooks and Tarot: The Open Labyrinth by Rachel Pollack. I'm like this. I was like, oh, much thinner. But Rest in Power, Legend Icon, Rachel Pollack, and of course Rest in Power, Bell Hooks, of course, as well. But this book is really, I think a lot of people need to read this book. I think a lot of people should have this book. It's her two books that I think people should have in their library, particularly men. And actually read them. They're not that big, and they're really easy to understand. But that's besides the point. We're not here for that. We're not here for that. Let's see. So we did that. I don't know where my Animal Spirits deck is. It was like right in front of me. I don't see it. Because I really do want to find it now. Now I want to know. Where did I put it? I don't know. Let's see. Let's continue. This is one that's been a modern one. And it just came out in like Borderless from US Games. The Blood Moon. Let me show the box. Of course, in the indie version, I gave my manager the other copy of the indie version I had because she got into tarot, and I was like, here, let me get you something nice. Of course, reversals, because I still haven't gone through and removed all my reversals stuff and undone that, but we'll see when I do live streams. I'm not gonna go through right now and put them all upright, but of course. And then the next one, no, we're gonna put it over here. And then the next one, I really like these two. I think one is for sure an improvement from the previous work, but I think you can't go wrong also with the Sasura Ibito Tarot. It's like, I feel like together it goes with the Wild Unknown, the Fountain Tarot, and I think another one, maybe Spacious Tarot. They kind of all, for some reason to me, have that same vibe. Not themes, but for some reason, I guess maybe like from the generation of tarot that they come from. You know? If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Because there are these indie decks that were at the start of what tarot could be. And artists were finally like saying like, oh, we can do stuff with this. And now it's like an influx and an oversaturation of decks that think they're trying, that are attempting to do something, but don't succeed in the end. I don't know. But this one is one that I think it has like a weird gentleness, but also a groundedness in reality, and it's quite a modern deck, but yet it is relatable, still much like a Rider-Waite-Smith. And she kind of does that again here too with her Yukika Tarot, which is honestly like, it's sort of like Sasura Ibito meets Mariloon, which is another one of my favorites. And also, if in some of these decks you see a lot of Emperor cards as the first card, it's because I bumped the mic. I was reading up on the Emperor and studying him and all that. I love this Tsar. One thing I will say is the bottom border is just a touch too thick. Could have cut off a few centimeters on that, you know. I feel, and it could have been a shorter deck. Maybe it could have looked more like a Polaroid. Maybe. Nah, square decks are a Polaroid shaped deck. Nah. Not the vibe. Not the vibe for this one, at least. And these little like nervous system design people that she put in her cards on this one kind of reminds me of some of the designs in Aurora's. If you guys know that artist, hit that like button. She has like some motifs in some of her album art, and the Minimalist, the Marielle Tarot. We're jumping all over the place right now because it's again no organization. I've been out of the house for months. I'm like, it's tough out there, y'all. Like, I'm like, are y'all holding up okay? I'm like, how y'all doing? You know? And then I was also reading up on the Chariot, the Grey Wolf, and Antimony, and lead, and stuff like that in alchemy. But anyways, that just reminded me because that Chariot card thing. Uh-huh. 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 And of course the Baphomet. And her world card. Again, the reversals. It's I fear it may be time to just go back to reading upright cards, because it's not like like the message wasn't still as clear and grounded as it was if it wasn't reversed. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Makes sense. Right. Let's see. What else are we gonna go? Where to next? Where to next? I liked this one. This one was an interesting one. Quite a few people, some of my friends didn't like it, and I was like, why not? For some reason, I was fine with it, but for others, I don't know why. I thought it was this. I thought I was doing something interesting with as it is like a sort of animal deck, but it's not, and it's almost shamanistic in a way, but not in the way one would assume. And shamanistic not in the sense of how pop new age circles will talk about it, but shamanistic in the sense that it's like connecting to raw, spiritual, instinctual, intuitive energy, if that makes sense. Even though some of the cards do look modern, the ideas are there. This, I'm like, I need to. How about like that? How about like that? Is that better? I like how she like uses this concept of the Newman. Like, what? But it was still. But one thing that I think, this is one thing I think in general, as a whole, I fear tarot has used the Rider-Waite-Smith as a crutch in a way. And I think there's more to it than just that, because I feel like it's not like I feel like there's a sense that like it has to fit into Rider-Waite-Smith meanings or depictions in order for it to be a workable deck or for it to sell. That's another thing. That's another aspect that I'm tired of that I've overtly noticed. Tarot has really become much more consumerist focused. The tarot collectors are winning. As I have a tarot collection of well in the hundreds of decks, you know, but it's like there's some new decks coming out are just they're just what is it, phoning it in, not doing what they could be doing. I feel I don't know, which is I shouldn't really talk though, because I myself have not made a deck. I would like to, but it's going to take a lot of work. This is the Ocean Dry. Speaking of not phoning it in, something original, something fresh, something honestly that not a lot of people are doing within their tarot work. Ocean Dry. Colin, right? Is his name? It's been a long time. He made probably one of the most interesting and revolutionary tarots of the modern day. This is what I think more people should try to do, and they shouldn't be afraid to mess with the order of things, like 14 for death, and then like the design of the pips, how he organizes them is also like, again, original and fresh. Let's see, 16 for the world. Like I like it really does jar the ego, because it's the numbers have been so integral to the meanings of the cards, and yet here columns like 16 for the world. We'll move forward. I've been trying to find a place. I'm like, how have you been, Hopeful Souls 728? I've been all over. No, I haven't been all over. I was in Morrow, but my gosh, it was a Morro Bay for the past 9 months, and then life happened, as it does, and now I'm back. I'm like, I may talk about it in this live stream. We'll see. Oh, happy to see you too, Hopeful Soul. So this one here is the Tarot of the Sacred Rose by Nigel Jackson. He did a Rumi tarot. I have another deck of his, which I'll show right now. Now, this is very... I haven't read with this one because, again, 10 of Cups, it's not your typical Rider-Waite-Smith imagery. Though, of course, the Major Arcana is, like, doing its thing. If my camera will focus. Please. Please. No? No? Here we are. Here we are again. Well, here we are again. No, don't want to do that. I forget how you do it. You can, yeah, there we go. No? No, you're not going to focus? This is one of the true issues of a streamer. The struggles of streaming. There we go. There we go. How hard was that? The Conjunction Tarot from Kickstarter? Maybe. I may have. Yeah, I did. Is that the Conjunction Tarot from Kickstarter? Yeah, it is. I'm like, but he really went hard with the alchemical images on this one. Again, the 9 of Coins is not what you typically expect. Have you seen Stardust Wayfarer Tarot? I'm like, isn't it supposed to be like a David Bowie inspired tarot? Shiro Marchetti, Voice and Visions. I'm pretty sure I always mispronounce Shiro's name. Marchetti? I'm sure my friend Lucy always sends me a voice note saying it's pronounced Marchetti, and I'm like, tomato. Y'all know who I'm talking about. But no, I'm like, I thought he was gonna be done making tarot decks. I don't think I have any of his decks now. I think I got rid of them. I did move along quite a few decks. I tried to, at least. But Voice and Visions, is it like akin similar to The Vision and the Voice by Crowley? Is it referential to that in any way, shape, or form, or no? Mm-hmm. Anyways, this one's the, oh gosh, what's it called? The medieval something, also, or the Nigel. I think it's also called the Nigel Jackson Tarot, but I think it was called something else before. I don't have the guidebook for it, but I feel like this deck is so leaning on Rider-Waite-Smith that you kind of can just read it intuitively if you're familiar with the meanings of it. Like, you'll see, like, oh, like, yeah, of course. This is also this is a cool devil card. I'm like, some of his art, so it's crazy. And there's the Hanged Man again. Again, the reversals. I swear I don't do it on purpose. Lovers, a lot of majors. I'm not trying to show y'all just majors. I like this one though. You should take a look. Also, it has a tarot cloth with your birth chart that I'm coveting. Really? I wonder what that. I bet you that would look cool. With his, I'm trying to think of like what his art would look like in this. And here's the 6. The wheel. It's a lot of majors. And then the 4 of swords. So you see, it's like it's not your typical. Except for the 6 of swords. Like I mean, of course, hooded figure in a boat. It's not a really happy place, but you know what? You're moving on. And I love how it shuffles. I think I don't know what, I want to say Llewellyn published this one, but it's like an old Llewellyn because it's a much more stiffer cardstock. I don't know if this is a Llewellyn publication. Was it? Or was it US Games? Robin, if you're watching this back, tell me. Because Robin, I got this deck from Toadstool Tarot. I bought it off of him, and I was super happy with it. I was like, yes. Because he was moving it along, and I was like, oh, that's a cool deck. The artist did another deck that is an Oracle. What artist, what deck, which one? Sarah Marchetti or the gosh, Nigel Jackson? Symbolon. He did Symbolon? No, he did not. Did he? Look at this up now. Now you got me looking this stuff up. No, different artist. Peter Orban, Ingrid Zenel, and Theo Veller. But similar art style. For a second there, I was like, yes, that would make sure. No, that's not Nigel Jackson. I was like, I would be surprised because that would make sense because remembering the Symbolon, the symbol. I've seen the Symbolon. That one I've been kind of always wanting to get, but I just haven't because it's like a whole new complex system that I don't have the time to learn. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, I know of it. I think y'all need to realize something. If it's an old deck, most likely I've seen it. How do you like it, Hopeful Soul? I don't hear people complain about it actually when they do have it. Maybe like there's like a weird picture I think of someone throwing a baby in a fire pit or something like that, which I was like, yeah, same. Like I don't want no kids. I don't want no babies. Get that out of here. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm fine with my nieces and nephews. That's it. Because no other kid could compare to my niece and nephews. But I'm pretty sure symbolically, if you just read it as just symbolism, again, not taking it literally, because it's like the baby is like a symbol for a new life, a project, perhaps a new creation that you worked on. If that makes sense. A collaborative work, kind of like the 3 of Pentacles in the Marielle, how it's mother, father, and the baby that they're holding, and it's like that's the work that they put together to create something new and beautiful. And but anyways, here's The Shining Tribe by Rachel Pollack. Another one I want to just read the book and get through and be comfortable reading with. Mostly probably in like the sense that I have this like mostly out of respect and reverence for Rachel Pollack, and her work and her impact on tarot as a whole. It was originally called the Shining Woman Tarot, but I believe they changed it to Shining Tribe to try and get more men comfortable with buying the deck or something. But inadvertently calling it Shining Tribe, the term tribe could also be viewed as socially, culturally appropriative, because it's like it's that marketing of tribe as in like the Native American aesthetics or indigenous aesthetics to kind of make it more spiritually woo-woo, you know. And it's I think she should have kept it to Shining Woman. All right, bye, Hopeful Soul. Thanks for stopping by. Where's the over here? Please, camera, please. Thank you, camera. Let's put you there. And the next one we got, what do we have here? The Heindel Tarot. Also, with the book written by Rachel Pollack. Well, yeah, I like that's what kind of a part that I like about the Shining Tribe is that it's not refined. You know, it's there's a rawness to it, you know, and especially right now, I'm like being more drawn to that rather than hyper detailed, super well crafted, you know, type of images, particularly right now in our AI saturated landscape where we have people. I swear somebody said that they thought the Shadowscapes was AI generated art. I said open up the schools again. Like we have, like, what is happening? What are we doing? Is this who we are? Is this the new generation of tarot people coming in? You know? Is this what we get to work with? But giving the benefit of the doubt that maybe they're new to the tarot scene and they do not know their lore just yet. But for sure, when I first saw the Shining Tribe or the Shining Woman, I was like, okay, Rachel, like I get it, but also it's not the most aesthetically beautifully made deck. But that's kind of not the point of it. It's I put it in line with what is it? The Ellen Lorenzi Prince is her name, I think. Creator of the Dark Goddess and the Tarot of the Crone. That her art style lines up a lot with Shining Tribe, though much cleaner lines, I would say. But that's that on that. What would be another one? Efflorescent Tarot is also another one that I think is in that same line, which is one that I have, which I guess I could show you that right now, but yeah, let's see. But that was the Heindel. I had to show. I want to show you guys. Let's see to show you what I'm talking about. This, yeah. And there's one more too that I'm going to show you, kind of in line with that. But this is Tarot of the Crone. This is one that I keep because it's, I don't know, it's something, it intimidates me because of the type of energy that it brings to it. But as you can see, it's that not super refined, very simple, not doodly. Because again, what is being drawn and is being shown is very impactful. In a way. And maybe I'm overhyping it for myself. Maybe like making a mountain out of a molehill. I should just like read with it, explore with it in a bit. But it's an energy that I'm myself am not familiar with. You know, but I don't know. It's like it allures me. It's attractive to me for some reason. I don't know why. And of course, back to being unfocused. Put you there. And then the other one that I was thinking of is this guy here. This is the Efflorescent Tarot. I think it might be on Make Playing Cards now, or Game Crafter, one of those print on demand. I believe maybe on her. I don't know. But this deck also, one of the first oldest tarots that I have in my collection, mostly because I feel like it's still that independent artist made deck compared to other decks that have these like high production values, nice boxes, gilt edges, all that stuff. But yet this one here is, I believe, more handmade. I can't remember to what extent it was handmade, because I mean it wasn't really cut evenly to begin with. I don't know if you guys can see that. But it's not a very even cut, so it doesn't make an even shuffle. But that kind of, for some reason, adds to its charm. You either get it or you don't, you know? Because this is a cool little deck. It is Rider-Waite-Smith derivative, but it's, I think aesthetically it's still pretty cool. It's just kind of like, I think, encouraging to people to be like, you just got to put something out there. It doesn't have to look perfect. You just have to make it, and then you can refine it later. And this also reminds me of the Efflorescent makes me think of this deck. It's a new one that I got. I wanted to make a video on it. I'm not sure if I did. I don't think I did. I wanted to. I really do, because this deck is truly super freaking cool. I believe I've shown it to you. I believe I've shown it in the past in other live streams. And I was like, this is trippy. This one's the Ombligo Ubico, I believe is what it's called. And so it's like 3 different decks put into one. And so like there's like, I don't know if I'll show you the backs right now, because the backs show you what decks are, what card goes where. And this one's like supposed to be based on dream work and the subconscious. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of almost like Silent Hill at times, but that's a weird reference there to make. I don't know. It just for me it just does. And like the backs are 3 different ones. And I wish she was able to make the deck a little bit more uniform in its cut. But like I said, independent artists, actual handmade products, much more tangible stuff. The imperfections I'm starting to appreciate more in this age of where we are used to demanding too high of a quality of something. Do you know what I mean? It's yeah. Wait, what happened? I don't know. What do you mean? What happened? Uh, I'm like, don't tell me I lagged again, did I? So yeah, here are the 3 different backs to this deck, but it's all. So it's like the blues are all very light blue. Let's see, and it also comes with a booklet. But like I said, I feel like this deck here, the Ombligo Ubico, is very intuitive. It's one that you kind of just don't want it to tell you something directly. You just got to let your body or your mind or your heart feel something that the art is trying to evoke. It's sometimes very visceral. Sometimes it's like, and it picks up on a wavelength that's much more subconscious, not subconscious, an undertone, an undertow, something. Yeah, let me show you guys this one. Let's see. We're gonna be here for a minute, but we're gonna keep going. Did I show you this one? I don't think I showed y'all this one. No, I have not. The Mariloon. Well, I've shown it in channel on this live stream. You know, it's hard to keep track of everything. Dude, this deck right here. Rider-Waite Smith, as always. But I use this for the gentler readings. You know, it's a hand to hold or a hand on the shoulder. This is one that I think people should go to as a hug deck. People say it's a hug deck, and it's like the most condescending, patronizing images that I've ever seen. You know, this one is like, no, it is tough out there, but you can come to me and listen, and I will listen, and I will give you the space, you know, for that, to, you know, to cry or to feel those feelings. The softness in the color palette and the softness in the imagery as well. Also like how she drew her. I also like how she drew the men in this deck as well. I don't know why. And then next one. This is another one. You're gonna hear this a lot. I want to sit down and do a study with it. I think I was about to get my friend Lady Knight of Avalon I believe I'm getting a delivery. Lady Knight of Avalon and I think I talked to her about maybe doing a study on this one, because we just finished our astrology study and our Kabbalah Hebrew alphabet study as well. And we're like, time to get back to tarot. And then shit hit the fan for me, and life happened, and I wasn't able to upkeep with the studies and all that. So that was put on hold. But I hope maybe this one, something, I don't know what, I can't remember. I got to talk to her about what the hell we're going to do. But yeah, now that I'm set up here, so yeah, and this one, it comes with like a clear card that shows a diagram with the tree of life that you can overlay onto these cards, and you'll see how the cards match up with that tree of life diagram and how the paintings each are expressions of the tree of life, and how each path on the tree is expressed in a symbol on these cards. But the Tarot of the Spirit is it's a pretty cool deck. And it reads well, but it's just I'm not fully comfortable with it yet. To this day. Okay, we're almost done clearing off my desk. Let's see. This one. I mean, some people may say that the Tarot of the Spirit's a Thoth tarot. You wouldn't be too far off, but to me, it's just Golden Dawn, which the Rider-Waite-Smith is Golden Dawn as well. This here, though, I believe is supposed to be lenient more on the Thoth symbolism. But the only issue is I'm not entirely sure. The only way you can really tell if a deck is Thoth or not is if you get Hebrew letters on the cards, and I don't think this one doesn't have Hebrew letters on it, which sometimes for the best. Yeah, this is the Next Chapter Tarot. Apparently, there was some drama with the publisher of this deck and all the other Liminal 11 decks. The use of colors and the diagrams, the design. This tower is pretty cool. I think that's a pretty cool depiction of the tower. I really quite like this Princess of Wands with this burning tapestry behind her. And she's like the curtain to the High Priestess's temple is being destroyed, being rendered. That which is kept secret, revealed through the divine spiritual cleansing power of fire. I don't know, something like that. Something along those lines. And we got the revised New Art Tarot cards. Or is it revised New Tarot Art cards? I like to call it the Nap Hall, because it's something. The drama with Liminal 11, from what little I've gathered, is that they may be shutting down. Like, deliveries haven't been made, decks haven't been received. They're still putting out stuff or something. I can't quite recall the whole drop. Come on, focus on me, please. No? So it's like the drama. What is the drama? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure, because I didn't look too much into it, and it happened during a time where I, wasn't. When I was kind of, I'm gonna be honest, I took a step back from tarot in a way. I wasn't as brain rotted onto tarot as I was, as I was back then. For the past few months, I'm like, I had other things that I was prioritizing. But from what I gathered, it has something to do with them not fulfilling orders, something. Or them not paying somebody or paying their creators or something like that. very pippish. I'm not a huge fan of the backs on these. Some people like them. I don't know. It's not for me. Personally, it's not for me. And then let's get this one right here. Now this is one that I've been looking ever since I started. And ever since I got into mythology, I always wanted an Aztec-themed tarot. But then I realized that it was a little more complicated than just Aztec-themed, because Central American indigenous peoples were more than just the Aztecs, and so there's more to it than that. Is all I can get to. But so this is more a Mexica tarot, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, And the one critique I did have of it is that it's still, again, as I've mentioned it to other decks recently, is it's too Rider-Waite-Smith. Of course, there's the Hanged One again. Too Rider-Waite-Smith focused, based, lenient. Lenient? That's not the right word. Its structure and images are still fitting into that diagram of a colonial system. The images are, in a way, still very much in line with the occult and perspectives of the Golden Dawn, which is not. It's not very. It could be counterintuitive to the Mexica or the indigenous practices. As a tarot, it's not as fully decolonized as I would like it to be. If you really want to make a decolonized tarot, you're going to have to do something different, because even like the numerical system is much different in for the Aztecs than it was for us. How they count was different in a way, but I can't get into it right now. my brain is too fried. And this is the Renaissance Tarot by Brian Williams, US Games. This one I feel like it's overlooked a bit. It maybe because it looks like quite a few other decks, I believe. I like the backs. The backs are cool. And it's a system that's based on it's not Golden Dawn. I'm gonna say that right now. Also, the men are kind of slutty in this one. I don't know why. Like the Sun card, like come on, no. Which is another thing I've noticed. Am I crazy? But did I just see someone like put out an edited Rider-Waite-Smith with like someone put white robes on the star card, and I felt like a conservative that was like, oh, why would they do because it's like, I guess pure white linen sure could exemplify the same ideas and fit with that meaning of the star card, but like it's the nudity that expresses that bearing your soul and you've lost everything kind of idea. There's all the superficial has been removed and the core of your being is just exposed, and yet they cover that and alter that by putting white robes on the star on the woman in the star card. I don't know why. I'm like, why y'all covering her up? Let her be. She's bathing. Like I don't know. It was very weird. I saw some like on the internet some posts, some pictures of this. I'm like, where is this deck from? And like I think I saw somewhere else. I think they edited. Yeah, I think they put like they covered the genitals of the lover's card, and I was like, it's Adam and Eve naked in the garden. Like that's kind of the point, no? Like it's. I'm like, like who's putting those out? Like, somebody, please show me the other side of the argument as to why to remove the artistic nudity in tarot decks. Like, it's I don't know. It's very. I will say, most likely, it's a very American thing. I would say. So this one here is the AOS Tarot, the Austin Osman Spade. The Occult Sphere loves Spade. I haven't read or looked much into his work. I believe he worked. Was he the one that actually made sigils what they are today? Was he like what that guy? Was he that guy? Was he that bitch that was really influential into making sigil craft and sigils what they are now? Right? Or help popularize the modern way to do so. I don't know. That's not what we're here for. I didn't do homework on this. I'm just showing you my collection today. Is this the Star or the Empress? Yeah, it's the Empress. It's like a little annotated note card book thing. Most likely this is like incomplete. I wonder what he would have done to make a full tarot. I do like the little vibrational ripples of energy that surround some of the figures in this in his cards. It's like, what? How one would read with this? Don't ask me. Again, I love to get a deck that requires a lot of study and not study. There's a cat. There's a kitty. A little orange cat. I have another announcement to make. I have switched my feelings on cats. Cats have become now an animal I quite like. I get it now. I take back all I said on cats and the hate that they get. But I will say cat people are weird. that's one thing I will say. Cat people are still a little weird. Next we have Tarot of the Holy Light. This one I read the book. I've gone through it. I get the gist of the system. It is still a very difficult deck to wrap one's head around. It's how to like comfortably parse out the symbols and read what the images are trying to say is still a little tricky for me on this deck. Because sometimes it's like, oh, is this are we doing reversals on this? We are. Again, I think it's time to stop doing the reversals. But this deck actually kind of does want you to use reversals in its meanings and descriptions. Like, and like, there's a reason why, but it's a bit much. I feel like it was a bit bloated, I think, maybe, because like she writes a lot for each and every single card. It's like at least 3 pages per card. So she had something to say, and I think this deck, I think, is a good alternative to an esoteric occult tarot that doesn't rely on the Golden Dawn meanings. Okay, so there's those. This is probably like the newest of the newest, one of the newest tarot decks that I have. No, there's a few others. Get ready. I'm about to talk some shit on some decks right now. Not this one. This one's great. This is the Schema tarot. This deck's really cool. I like the from packaging. Amazing. Like, that's cool. Like on the level of like who's that? Oh gosh. Anathema Publishing, their books, it's on that level of production quality, I feel. It's like it opens up like this. The booklet isn't too bad. But again, this is one that I don't feel the need for the booklet. Maybe more so to read up on what the creator has to say on like abstract art or art as a whole and the process of making this deck. Maybe I want to read up more into that for this deck. But other than that, it's surprisingly, this is where minimalism knows what it's doing. And I have another abstract deck, which is very abstract. But this one's more readable than that other one, which I'll show you right now. And this one for sure, I want to I feel like I can do readings with confidently. Don't drop the cards. Don't drop the cards. And it shuffles so nice. Very well done. A very well made deck. And then I'll show you the other. This is the Abstract Futures Tarot by Ilma's Ghost. I believe this is an art project or a collaborative work, maybe. I know that Ilma's Ghost is like inspired by Hilma af Klimt. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce her name. But yeah, she was like an occultist, abstract occult artist, I believe. And so this deck is kind of derivative of that in a way. This death card though is really like, some of these I actually would want as like prints to hang up on the wall. But abstract's really hard for me to find visually appealing. Some of it can give me like a pit in my stomach. It can give me like existential dread in a way, or existential like anxiety a bit sometimes, because it's like it's not a thing. You can't really describe it, but that's kind of the point in a way. But even then, you can still see like there's the 4 cups right there. Like you can still get the numbers on there. But like they're kind of like there's things are happening. Things are doing stuff in these cards, and you're just not really entirely sure how exactly to parse through it to understand what's being said in the card, or how to pull out the message from that, if that makes sense. Because, well, with reading, you're not necessarily pulling out the message, you're more so interpreting the message, if that makes sense. Now, I don't know if this deck is still available or not. I hope it is. It's a pretty cool looking deck, but it's I don't know. Not a lot of people go for it. Okay, so let me talk some shit right now. Well, no, not shit talking, because let me tell you right now, it is hard to make a tarot deck. I'm gonna preface this right now. For any, like, it's a lot of work. Okay, it should be. And I was looking forward to these decks. It's always the ones you look forward to the most, that you're like, this is gonna be cool. This one looks nice, all that. So it's the Sublime Thresholds, Oracle, and the Tarot. I backed it on Kickstarter because I wanted to support. I'd be like, sure. Production's fine. The Oracle, I will say, is a little bit much more well made. However, it's lacking something that I'm like, So in this one, you get a lot of there's a lot of Greek and Roman deities, but then randomly you'll get, like, these 3 cards are probably, like, I think there's like 5 other cards, maybe max. Like, again, I haven't properly looked through the whole deck, but it's like I've seen every card, but it's just I'm like, it's the sore thumb effect that I see on some of these decks. So it's like, these images are beautiful too. Like, I like this painting of Inanna, if this is supposed to be a depiction of Inanna. And then Thor and Astarte. Again, I don't believe this is supposed to be Astarte. Okay, not giving me the paintings that she got the drawings from, but with the other ones, I'm like, okay, if you're gonna do this, maybe try and find more depictions of different deities. I do like this drawing of Urania, but it is hard to do something like this with pre-existing artwork. But the thing is that these paintings are already depicting the titles of the figures that you're using. You know, like, we have Calliope. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a painting of Calliope. It better be. You know what I mean? Because it's like, what's the point? I do like some of it, and some of it is like scrying here. It's sort of like, if you were to get that card, it would kind of come off as like, oh, don't read the cards, do a scrying. And it's like, what's the message here? The message sounds to me like, oh, go somewhere else. You know, go seek your answers somewhere else. I don't know. And if that's the case, make the card something else. If it's supposed to be a reflective card, why not call it reflection? Or self-reflection, something like that. You know? I do like this one. Ecstatic. And I will say, I think the production on this deck is much better because it's I do like this card. I do like this drawing of Isis. She's powerful. I'm intimidated by her. I like her. However, so Oracle, I'm like, it's an Oracle. Like, I feel like there's a bit more leeway and flexibility that you can have with an Oracle. Tarot, however, it's gonna be a little different. I was excited for this tarot. I was like, okay, But something went wrong. Something went very, very wrong. I'm trying to see if they also not giving us sources for the paintings. So one thing I don't like about this tarot is it suffers from something. I thought we were above this. I thought we evolved past this issue, for particularly coming from a production company that does a pretty good, like a good amount of decks. Like they make quite a few other decks. I think they even have some of their stuff mass published, which I like some of the stuff that they've mass produced. And I want to get that. Like they did the Emblemata, like they did an emblem deck, I believe. And then they also did an astrology one as well, and another one based off of another artist. And it wasn't not bad looking decks, just not all of them really got me excited. This one, however, suffers from maybe call me crazy, but I think it's warped. Like it just looks slightly stretched out. Like this is kind of just a warning to people like that want to do make a deck using pre-existing art. Like what would this deck be called? What would that type of deck be called? I can't remember, but like the warping. There's warping. Yeah, like in this one right here. I don't tell. Is it just me? It's looking a little strange, and some of the images also look a little bit dark. Like maybe the scanning could have been done, or something with the quality and the imagery. Like I can't describe it. This is another one that I feel like is a little warped. Just a touch. And it's like I feel like maybe it's just me. Yeah, like I don't know, like is it? I'd have to look at the other one, at these images, these drawings, these paintings in other decks that I have that use the same paintings. I do like this painting though. This is trippy. See this one right here? She looks a little warped. This is supposed to be Jeanne d'Arc, right? She looks a little warped. He looks a little warped. Like I can't describe it. And some of these images are so beautiful. Like I love this painting here. And it's just some of them are like the printing job is not as well done as I thought it would be for some reason. Maybe it's just like it's like the something's off with the color saturation or the printing, and it's like the cardstock quality is good, the boxes are good. I think what might have happened is I think she wanted it more like this size, because if you can see this is much more rectangular. I think she should have kept it to these dimensions, more squarish, because this is much more fitting for the art. I feel it gives more breadth to it, and you don't have to worry about warping, stretching the cards to make them fit. into the drawing. But then again, it's like, what if this size wasn't right for what exactly in the paintings they wanted to show and isolate as the meaning of that card? Because some of these paintings are much bigger and show much more going on than what we see in this one. But yeah, so I don't know how I feel about those. I may not keep them. We'll see. I don't even know if I will give them a go with readings, maybe the Oracle, but even then. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick little break and I'm going to go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Y'all behave. Give me a minute. Okay. Yes. Okay. Back. We're back. We're back on it. We're back at it. Let's continue. And this guy right here. Abstract. Continuing with the abstract stuff. This is Tarot as Color. I feel like I need to write down the box. By Ethel Colquhoun. It's a big one, but luckily I can shuffle it. This one I love to use as the guess the numbers card in my live streams. I used to do it like that. Lady Knight of Avalon is really good at like projecting and finding patterns and details in this deck far more easily than I can. And this is just each piece is a trip. Some of them much more like simple than others. But again, it's still very, and it reads pretty good. If you know the numerical, kabbalistic, and elemental meanings of the cards, it lines up pretty well. Like it plays Golden Dawn really well. The meanings just for some reason it just lines up with it. Like the images themselves don't play to like describing what the meanings of the cards are, but the meanings of the cards that you know can be very easily like they still sync up with the questions that people have. You know what I mean? And the problems or the issues that people are working through. For some reason, this deck really does a really good job of lining up with that. And I just remembered I need to start doing I now can pull my daily card spreads. Well, not daily. I like them more for weeks. Like a card for the week or whatever. Yeah. Sylvan's Deadly Sins. I love his channel. He was talking about decks for slowing down, and he mentioned this one. And this for sure, I agree. Like this would be good for that. And then the Margaret Peterson was another one he said. Is that one easily accessible? No, I put it's somewhere deeper. But okay, so I cleared off my desk for the most part of decks, and now we're gonna go through these drawers here. That's what we're gonna do first. I'm gonna go through these. We're gonna one at a time. One at a time. Like I said, we gotta go through this somehow. It's all looking so much more clear. That's how it is. But no, I just have to have my stuff. I just have to have my trinkets and my knickknacks. You know? Do y'all know? Do y'all get that feeling? The Via Tarot. This is a cool. This is a trip as well. It's Thoth based and Enochian inspired. I think it's Thoth meets Enochian depictions. Probably some of like the coolest. The court cards are really cool in this one. The Minor Arcana leaves a bit to be desired, especially with like the ceremonial magicians under each Sephiroth, kind of showing them. What I wanted more of is like this at the top here. I want that deck. I'm like, I think it should be reprinted. I hope they can somehow figure out how to reprint it. I believe. Oh, who was it that published this? Was this US Games or A.G. Mueller? I can't remember who. But just as a piece, like as 78 pieces of art, for sure. For sure. The major arcana in particular. Like here's the tower. Like the majors I would have as prints, large prints, ceiling to floor. Like that's kind of how you need to appreciate some of these. Ah, I would see it at Borders. I remember them. I was there. I was there when they were gone, when they went away. Ah, okay. Published by AGM, distributed by US Games. I'm like, as is usually the case. I think they don't. No, they still do. I believe they still do. Yeah, US Games still distributes for AG Mueller, but I recommend going directly to AG Mueller if you're gonna do that. But then again, the tariffs. But the tariffs, my God, nothing's fun anymore. Let's see. This one here is the Real Sky Astrology Tarot by Julie Kutcher-Watts. She made this deck using old, not old pieces of her art. No, yeah, I think from previous artworks that she either didn't use in tarot itself, but just other pieces that she's done. She's a very prolific artist, if that's the case, because she has a lot of art pieces in this. Yeah, it's so cool. And she finally like tried her hand at Photoshop and working with using Photoshop to alter her art into making new pieces of art. And that's what she did with this deck, because she's really been pushing and showing, you know, real sky astrology being the more accurate and the correct way of doing astrology, which, I mean, it's all astrology. Astrology in the end, is there really a correct way to do it? That being said, though, if you look up in the sky right now, yeah, those planets aren't going to be in those signs that the astrology girlies are saying, you know. But anyways, that's besides the point. Check this out. Like, it's, to me, I think it's just trippy. I feel like this is her updated Ma'at tarot, I would say. But you'll see some of these, like these pictures, these paintings, I believe, like I think he's supposed to be, yeah, the young guy here holding the decapitated head is in the Journey into Egypt tarot. And then I think this one's a new one. This one's cool. Yeah, she has really good, like, I just like, I love her work. What can I say? And this one's again, it does something new with the tarot and makes it into something that we don't really get to see much of these days. And it's a shame it gets overlooked for more popular stuff. But anyways. And this is again, another one that's like just stuck with me for so long. I might have to do a reading with it right now, because this is one of the decks that I was like, oh, this is cool. And like, I like how nature themed it is. I have yet to get the Greenwood Tarot. I'm still waiting on that. Again, hashtag thanks Trump for the tariffs and, you know, making international buying impossible now for US citizens. But anyways, this is the Wildwood Tarot. Shout out to Will Worthington. Is Will Worthington still doing work? Because he did a lot of tarot decks. He did a lot of decks, and I have like almost all of them. Like Druidcraft, I know is very, I think it's still popular, but this one I think is, there's something more raw about it. And I liked this deck, but I think I've come to like another more nature-based deck more than this one. Also, this is very what was it? Not Eurocentric, because it's like it's more than just because it's not like I want to say it's nope, not gonna say it. I'm like maybe more Celtic, maybe more Gaelic or Welsh or Druidic. But I did like it when I first got it. I vibed with it, and I still do. As like it's a piece of nostalgia, particularly now. Hashtag it's been 10 years, and still to this day, like it hits a chord in me that I still that I still like about it. It's just yes, for some reason I just get it. That's the best way I can describe it. What are you? What are you? I believe I know what you are. Yes. This is another new one. This one's the Witch Sister Tarot. This one's also her. What is it? Jessica Hundley, I think is her name. She made the Hidden Realms, Tarot of the Hidden Realms. And I was so excited when I saw she was making this. And I like this. As it's just as intimidating as Tarot of the Crone. Well, it has that. It demands the well-earned respect that Tarot of the Crone has as well. But this one's, for some reason, just a touch more approachable for some reason. I don't know why. I love, she's really good at facial expressions, and that's the point of this, of her decks, reading people's faces here, and how she can get so much out of the meanings of the cards with just so little in the cards as well. This is where, again, minimalism that's done intentionally and cleverly. And the guidebook is well written as well. Because this is a deck that I was like, oh, we're doing different things here. We're doing something a little new here. Oh, this isn't what I was expecting. And reading up on it, I was like, okay, I get it. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So the guidebook is very good on the Witch Sister Tarot. I think this is actually, speaking of, I believe this is my Tarot of the Hidden Realms. Yes, it is. Which again is there are some like temperance, like okay, clearly is temperance. You see someone mixing water within two vessels. It's gotta be temperance. And it's just very well done. I'm like, do they work well together? For some reason, I don't get the urge to do that with these two decks, with the Witch Sister and Tarot of the Hidden Realm. That's just not. I think that's not the. I don't think that's the strat for them. I don't think you should do that. Well, I don't think I should do that. If you guys have had luck doing readings with both and seeing how they work well together, how they mesh well together, for me, they just seem on two different wavelengths that don't really blend well. Yeah, does that make sense? Am I making sense? Let's see, what do we have here? What is this? The Yolanda Witch something like that, I believe. This one reminds me of children's illustrations. Like it's in a children's picture book, which I'm pretty sure the artist did. I don't know. I don't know much on this deck, but this drawing in particular makes me think of a children's book that you would read in elementary school. I do like this high priestess though. This one's cool with the bull and the woman with the sword. Oh no, it's a high priest. I thought it was high priest. Now I want to see. Now we got to see. Yeah, I like her too. I think they use her for the cover. A smart choice, as they should. I'm trying to see the pea pod. I'm sorry, the little peas with the faces. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's like a little bit thoth, but like also not. 10 of Cups, the satisfaction. I mean, yeah, that is a 10 of Cups. But not satisfaction, they call it satiety. And there's which same root word, but the word itself is different. It's different. It's different. It's not what you think. It's again, it's a weird one. Here's the Emperor. Why is there a panda? Why not? And the sun. What it reminds me of? Is it Steganora? I don't think so. I can't remember that one children's illustration, that one children's book or animation of, I don't know, something about that old lady that makes spaghetti or something, or pasta or something. Am I misremembering? You guys know what I'm talking about? But yeah, I believe this was out of print for a second, and then it came back in print, and this is the new printing. I'm like, please, more reprints, please, because like I said, Via Tarot, that should stay in print, right? Or you should do just one more print run, just one more go for it, you know? I don't think it'll hurt. This one here, I'm like, I should organize them a little more, but we're just going through it. We're just going to go through. We'll organize later. We'll organize and do a much more focused highlight on them. Particularly this one. This one I think is probably the best Oracle deck out there. I think this is how you do an Oracle. That's the Devas of Creation by Scylla Conway. Listen, the way she gets it. She said every single concept, every universal concept is going to be explored and expressed in a card in this deck. From the daily and the normal to the everyday and to the natural to the galactic and the quantum and the abstract and the emotional. She does a good job. She does a good job of expressing and depicting and exploring as many topics as possible to properly give a good encapsulation of the human experience in an Oracle deck expressed by these devas, which I'm starting to believe like it's devas and daimons versus, rather than like spirits, angels, demons. I think devas and daimons are the more correct, accurate, I would say, close to accurate titles for spirits and entities that we come across in our day-to-day lives. And I put the keywords on here just to help me remember some of the some of the ideas. Like some of these, it's really hard to see. Like, oh, this one's ecstasy, the other one's creation. Like they can be very, again, that abstract here. Here is zero in this total blackness. It's that void. It's I quite like this card. And then fire here. Yeah, it's a beautiful deck, and I like to use it. It's a dependable Oracle deck for me. There's very few that I've come across that I like and I use in terms of Oracle decks, and this is one of them. I really wish she could reprint it in a card stock that matches with the multi-dimensional Devas, because the multi-dimensional Devas is a little more, it's a different card stock, it has gold edges, it's a different format, it's like the card size is different, and but it's like my brain is like, they need to go together. Put them together, please. I don't know if I have it here in this bag. No, it's not in this one. We will come to we will see the other Devas and other Oracle decks that she made in another down the line in a bit. So this one here, this one's the Ma'at Tarot. This one's cool in the sense that she did it more, or the Golden Dawn is more solar astrology based. Julie Couture-Watts was more lunar focused, and I like the explanations for that, seeing how the moon governs more day to day or night to night goings ons, because it moves so quickly through the weeks, through the days, through the signs compared to the sun. And so the lunar phases are much more applicable to everyday situations. And she's one of those that thinks swords are fire and wands are air. I have to disagree. But one thing I do like about her is that she does at least visually express that and says that, like putting the fire with the sword. That I'm like, okay, yeah. But when I see, is this all? Did I separate the majors from this? No. But when I see other cards that are like, again, like the Prince of Wands, listen, it can be air, but honestly, it could be fire as well. Don't get me like, which I also do like this depiction of the prince, like as a baby reaching out with his hands. There's a power in that. It's powerful, you know. Even though like babies to me are like weird. But like symbolically crazy. I also like this card here, the Ace of Coins. All the dark soil with the lush green vegetation and the little flower. It's really cool. It look like the little flowers look like stars. There's a thing to it. This one's, I'm surprised we haven't had more Frida Kahlo decks, but I don't think you really need any other ones. Well, I'm sure someone could make one. But if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be Gabby Angus West, icon legend moment. Ooh, and there I go knocking the microphone. Maybe I do need a different mic stand. Or I just need to get used to it. Either way, my desk is very cluttered. So, these are the backs. She got weird with it, and that's kind of what you got to do. And the guidebook it's not your typical tarot guidebook. You have to, it's a journal, essentially, like a private diary of some sorts. Was like, okay, I have to have a certain mindset to come to approach this book. And so I haven't read much with this deck just because of how weird and out there it is, even though it's supposed to be Thoth based, but I think it's earned its own time and space to understand what the artist is trying to make on it, or trying to say in this one. I love this card here. And the shuffle's really nice. I actually like, though the other one I like more than this one because it's more usable, and it's not her Bonefire. That's the one I don't think I have the Bonefire anymore. I believe I may have moved it along because I believe I wanted to get the new edition that came out. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try it. Come on, focus, camera. Thank you. All right, so. Is this another? No, this is the. I thought it was. I was like, is this another Julakucha Watts deck? I'm like, I don't think so. This one's the Rorig Tarot. My friend, Lady Knight of Avalon, sent me this deck, and it. Well, I believe I paid for it. Yeah, I believe she helped me. She helped me snag a copy from Germany. So it's all in German. Another Thoth deck. I believe the writers that wrote the guidebook to it are Scientologists? Or was the artist also a Scientologist? I can't remember. But either way, I'm like, it just shows what tarot can be. And I do like some of the spreads that were on the guidebook for this deck. Oh, I like this star card. Oh, actually, I take that back. This isn't a Thoth deck. It looks like Thoth, but no. If you guys know why, you'll know why just by this card. If you get it, you get it. If not, y'all need to do your homework. Because there's really only one minute difference that makes a Thoth deck, and it's. And honestly, in the end, it's like if it looks like a Thoth deck, I'm like, sure. But to make it a true one, there's just one thing. And even then, I don't agree with that little change that Crowley did. I just feel like it's a bit. I failed to see the justification for it. And you guys can't convince me otherwise. Like, y'all, they've said their explanation for it, and I still just, I don't know, I just can't buy into it. This one's the Tarot of the Enchanted Forest, I believe is what it's called. It's like, I love a nature fae themed deck. You see, that just, I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more. I just read it through the Emperor. I'm like, and the meanings for it, and I see their arguments. It's still not convincing to me. Speaking of, this is the Emperor. I like this Emperor. I'm gonna say it would, yes. And and what were we saying? The star. Mm-hmm. 7 of challenges, which I believe challenges are swords. And then the 6 of spells. This is a High Priestess. Yeah, the wise woman. I would trust her. All right, but hi, Lucy. Ace of Visions, I do like that. It's very fairy tale, very Child of Spells. Nine of Visions, which I think the visions are supposed to be cups, water, because it's like the 9 of water is always seen like a wish card. So I have 3 of challenges up. Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just can't. There's not enough income for the kids. I'm sorry. The 5 of Boons. I believe this is also. I think this is like a continuation of the Hansel and Gretel story there. The Following. It's a pretty cool little tower card. Shuffles nicely. But again, another one I might have to move along, mostly because I don't use it. I just don't use it. But on the other hand, I do have this idea, wanting to start a local occult tarot library in my area. I wanted to do it over in Morro Bay, but didn't work out yet. So maybe I'll try it here. This one's the Universal Dali Tarot. Dali was a weirdo. I think we can all agree on that. But this tarot deck he made is pretty cool. I'm like, is that a bit of collage I see with his work here? And this one was like out of print and hard to find for a while. And then I think US Games released it as a special limited edition with gold edges, which that's the one I got. And I just mostly got it as this one is truly a collector's piece, I think, more so than. I mean, you could read with it, but it's. I don't know. Because it's so different. That's right, for a 007. No, I thought that was a different deck. Or was there 2 007 decks? Because I know there's one that became the 007 tarot that they used in that one. There was one called the Witch's Tarot. Was this one also featured in 007? I think I even have the guidebook. I should look. But I wouldn't be surprised because I feel like 007 does it. Now I want to look. I'm going to check this out. Oh yeah, Tashin did a reprint of it. I think it is. But yeah, let's see. No. Anyways, no. I'll look into it later. I'm like, that's not the point of this live stream. Is this multidimensional? Yes, I believe it is. We were talking about. Yes, it is the multidimensional Davis. This is where she got. Yeah, I love what she did. Oh my gosh. Yeah, here's the backs. Silicon Way really was was in flow and in tune with something at the time of making this deck. again, I just wish it could work. I could shuffle the cards together with the Devas of Creation. But alas, I cannot. That's such cool. It's so cool. I believe she made another deck, like another Oracle deck, I believe. And she also did she did a few other decks that I don't. I was like, I don't have. I believe she did a Book of the Dead Oracle, but that one I gifted to my sister. Oh no, I didn't gift it to her. I think she bought it off me. But I was like, here, go ahead. I was like, I have her other decks. I'm like, the Book of the Dead and decks based off of the Afterlife is something that I was like, for future project, because there's that one, and then like the Cosma Visions. That was another one that was like talking about past lives and the afterlife, and I was like, they both came out during the same year, so I was like, what are we doing here? What's going on here? What's this one? What are you? I think this one's an Ars. I think this is a Goetia. Yeah, I love the art on this one. I love how the Goetia is depicted here. Like dark, creepy, carnal, organic, yet inhumane, and I'm sorry. Yeah. Listen, he didn't have to give him those arms, like, but he did. And I appreciate that. But then you see everything else and you're like, oh. Yeah, this one I like the art, and I mostly got it. I just got it for the art and the depictions of the Goetia, because usually you'll see the Goetia depicted in those old black and white drawings. I don't know who illustrated them, but that's like the most common depiction of the Goetia that you're going to see in decks. And I just wanted to see an artist's new rendition of these entities. I like this one right here. I think he's cool. But the Goetia has so much more lore to it than, summon demons to do your bidding. I was like, where do these names, where do these entities, what inspired them? Like, what's, there's stuff to it, and it's just, I haven't got the time to it. Also, the publisher on this deck, I also don't really, I'm quite a little disappointed with this deck, because the publisher of it is a like manosphere, right wing, like conservative nut job. Like, well, not nut job, but still, I was like, I was very disappointed in discovering that. So yeah. And then is this one? Yeah, this is my nice Terraback. Thank you. I really do like it. I was like, it matches. Perfect. Yeah. This one here. And then Nichols has one. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, girl, go do what you need to do. But I do want, I would like to do an occult library and just make a space, have a space for tarot practitioners, tarot readers to come and study and read and do classes, whatever. You know what I mean? Anyways, here's the Botanica. And this is not the one I use. This is a backup copy. The other one's in the box itself, because if it comes in a nice box, I'm not going to put it in the bag. But there was an issue with the printing on these that showed, oh gosh, what was it? It was like misprints, miscuts. Yeah, like some really bad miscuts on like this one right here. I don't know if you can see it right there. That. But and then like there was like some scraping, some swatting, because the back design like was pressed too hard on the cards, and that damaged the front of the cards. It was a whole thing. And I do want the new version that just came out with the animals that work with these plants or that eat, like coexist with these plants. I would like to see more of that. Which there's more decks coming out that like are more um, conscientious and more involved and more ecological rather than zoological. Where most oracle decks and tarot decks will just be like a plant or an animal per card, where now we're seeing decks come out with environmental phenomenon and how animals and plants interact with each other in nature, and how we can read into that as a message from the spirit or divine in our decks, in our art. There's quite a few that came out that do that. I can't remember their names at the moment, but I do want to get them. This one's the Cosmos Tarot and Oracle. And so this was like before, no. I want to say before, no, not before. Around the same time that 78 Tarot, the art collaboration deck was those decks were first being made. I think maybe like 2 or 3 of them were out and by then out of print. But this, I think it's called Light Gray Art Labs, I think is what the publisher was called. And so it's an oracle deck where it's like the oracle is these are the oracle cards right here. And they're all like the moons and the planets, heavenly bodies, celestial bodies. And then the tarot is all constellations. So this is the black hole has like this giant eel swallowing the stars. It's cool. And so what I was also looking at is in my Decan studies, while studying the Decans, each Decan corresponds to a fixed star, kind of. I need to look more into it. That's like how people come into that conclusion as to like what constellation goes with what Decan. Usually they're pretty close together in their areas, like in their in their place in their positions in the sky, but other times it's like maybe not, Yeah, this is a cool one. But again, multiple artists. It's like I think 1 per card. I think so. It's like over 100 artists maybe on this one. I like this one. This one's a little special. We're gonna take a little moment on this one. I don't know if you guys seen this one before. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this one. It's a little hard to get. I don't know if you guys heard of it, but it's called the Rider-Waite-Smith. I don't know if you guys seen it. I'm just kidding. This is the Pink Ankh University Book Press edition. I did not know how special this one was. I believe this is the version that Rachel Pollack herself used on 78 Degrees of Wisdom. I believe. I could be wrong. But the colors are much more richer, much more vibrant. There's like purples in here, which aren't technically color accurate, but yeah. But what's special about this one though, because this deck is special, is that it's the very first tarot deck I ever got. Did I read with it? No. But I was into collecting cards, playing cards, and all that stuff. And so I said, oh, the tarot is fully illustrated. Let's focus. How about we focus? Computer, thank you. And yeah, it's the very first deck I ever got. And it stays in this bag. And it also came with an extra King of Swords and no King of Wands. And so I had to ask, who was it? Oh, she went by Temperance Tarot on here. I don't think she doesn't upload on YouTube anymore, but she had plenty of extra of the university book decks and extra cards with them. And so she was like, "Hey, if you need a replacement card, let me know." I messaged her so quick. I said, "I need the whole I need the complete set. It just doesn't feel right with it." So yeah. Shout out to Temperance Tarot. I hope she's doing okay. I think she changed her channel name for a second. Maybe she uploaded again. I don't know. Anyways, this is the Sacred India Tarot. I do need to get a replacement card for it, because one of them is like super damaged. Is it you? Yeah, it's you. Yeah, the Ace of Wands. Just a cool Ace of Wands. Again, and it's that. What I like about this is that it doesn't conform to the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith imagery. It's not like Hindu deities. It's not Hindu deities showing, like, posing and doing tarot Rider-Waite-Smith things. Hi, Igor. Hi. Who this? This is it's you know who this is. Don't ask who this is. Welcome back, Lucy. And so, like, here we have the Ace of Arrows. Like, you don't see like just the one sword hand there. Like, here's the 10 of arrows, the 10 of swords. This is cool. Obviously, you'd need to read the book with it. Like, here's the 4 of discs. Not quite your typical like holding on to resources. Like, what are they saying on this one? I like this one, the King of Staves. Now, would you say staves, right? Because it's not staves. But there is one card that I felt like I was like, okay, this doesn't really fit in with it. I was like, you did so well. And why this one of all of them? It just seemed arbitrary. A bit. It's either a 9 or a 7. Doesn't matter. Either way, it was like but that card, this one card is like, oh, it's Rider-Waite-Smith. And the artist did it because it's like, oh, for an homage to the Rider-Waite-Smith. But to me, it's like, no. You're doing so well. Don't do this to yourself. Like, this is such a cool deck. Like, yeah, the 8 of discs. Like, this is cool. He just had to ruin the vibe. I do feel like I do need to replace that one card that got damaged. It came like that. Don't ask me how. All right, and then sticking with the shade towards, absolutely no shade towards Pixie. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will tell you right now. No. What I'm saying is that it's we've seen enough. We've seen enough. We've seen the Rider-Waite-Smith enough. We've seen it enough. It's time for something different. It's time to mix it up. Break out the mold, Don't be afraid to try something else. So this is the Great Bible Tarot with illustrations by Gustave Doré. There is another one that I have yet to get. Apparently there's been some, I don't know what the resolution is between the publisher of this one and the creator of that other Gustave Doré tarot. I can't remember what I haven't kept up to date with it. Whether one or the other won the lawsuit or they settled out of court, I have no idea. Speak queen, stepping out. Nobody wants to have fun anymore. No. But I like this deck. because it blends. It does something that I think a lot of people don't think you can do with tarot, and that is blend Christian ideology into the tarot. Uh, that being said, the, the tarot in and of itself does have its Christian origins and influences from its oldest decks. But I just like Gustave Doré's artwork, and I think this, what they did with this, works really well for a tarot reading. Like the images just make sense. Like yeah, of course. And it's like it's. I think it's a good deck to show people how even the Bible can express the ideas and show the tarot. Like it doesn't have to be contrived. And I have quite a few decks actually that do that bridge this tarot and a Christianity gap. That it's like, no, you can't. Like I have one. I wonder where it is. It might be in this bag. Hopefully it's one of these. Hopefully, I don't know. I think it's in one of the next tubs. Not a tub. Is it a tub? Is it a box? Something. And then this one here, I have it in this bag. I'm like, aren't these? I love the Baba Studio bags. Expensive though. So you only use them for like special decks. But this one here is the Numinous Tarot, I believe is what it's called. And this is one I would call, what is it? It's in line with the, oh gosh. I would call it Contemporary Tarot, where it's a tarot deck that aims to break the norms of gender and normalcy and break apart conservative ideals. You know, with representation, with queer representations and a lot more diversity and again, breaking the norms of tarot. So special you're not sure about the name. Listen. It's essentially decks that I know for sure I'm keeping. It's been a minute, Lucy. I haven't played with my tarot cards in a minute. Let's see. I wish AU8 second deck was printed. Who knows if that could even happen, just because of how the type of deck that it is and what it is, because it's not supposed to be a tarot deck to use for divination. I don't know. I don't want to speak on it more because I'm not entirely sure on the Trinic, the Waite Trinic tarot. And that one is such a cool deck. The only way you can get your hands on something like that is through the book by Marcus Katz and Tally Goodwin, which is, I think, a little tricky to get, as well as they did a deck kind of inspired by it, but it's still not the same. I don't know what they called it. Oh, I have it right over here. We're gonna see it right now. I'm gonna show you right now. After I'm done with this one here. What is this? What do we have here? Dreams of Gaia. I was like, I'm assuming the Dreams of Gaia. Now, this is the most new AG you're gonna see my decks get. I think the most new AG deck the fifth tarot, I think is what it's called. That one's very new age. But this one I for some reason I like. But the other new age deck that I got was the Orosoma Tarot. That one was cool, but it was just, I don't know how to describe it other than like it's too clean cut, maybe. Hello, the tower again. And so this is one that I tried to read the guidebook to it, and I fear she may be saying too much about the meaning of the card rather than what the image is showing and what those designs and figures in the cards represent. Ooh. And that's the only thing. And so I started like going through the cards and just quickly breaking down their symbols and seeing if anything in the guidebook says anything about symbolic meanings in the cards or something. Because that's what I do. I break it down, the symbols, and then I wrap it all up to try and understand the card as a whole. So this is the Telluric Tarot, and it's a plant crystal combo tarot. The illustrations are gorgeous in this, beautiful. Like I want to like eat them, you know. Like I never wanted to eat a rock more in my life. I don't know how she did that. You know, and it's very beautifully done illustrations. However, how one can read with it. And I was really gung-ho on this deck. I was like, this shit is beautiful. Hell yeah, you know? But the problem with decks like this is that these are correspondences rather than actual expressions of tarot meaning, you know? And it's much better to maybe work with the actual material, like actually getting polybasite and dogwood and working with those in ritual, altar space, in whatever you're doing, you know, because they do have correspondences even to the tarot cards themselves. It's like here we have gold and Venus flytrap. I think this is the 4 of Earth, and that's the one thing too. It's just a number and that. So to me, it's like it's not necessarily a tarot. It's probably would be more a numerology crystal flower deck. But how one would work with that, I don't know. Which also I do love the colors on this one. The colors and the lighting on it. It's there's something. It's very nice. I wonder if you could use it for like crafting materials, like for spellcraft. If this would be a good deck for that. But I don't know, because that would require like making the cards like destructible, you know, perishable, you know, versus like other decks where you make them to last a long time. Okay, so that's the first one. Well, there is one more thing here. And this is just a little, I think this should be the little Thoth Tarot. And this is the very first Thoth Tarot that I got from my tarot godmother, Natalia Ouroboros Tarot. She does she does a lot more work now with her trans psychology, transgender therapy videos on her other channel. Natawa on the Telluric Tarot. But yeah, anyways, the Thoth in mini. You can't go wrong with it in this size. You can place the card and work candles in the spell. Oh, okay. 11 Miss Natalia's content for sure. Yeah, I believe it's all on a website now that I think you can find. I did love her shadow work course. That was a really good course on like getting started with shadow. I was like, finally some good food. I was like, yes. And that really helped me to start to understand and be aware of like ego, consciousness, subconsciousness, and the shadow and all that. Thoth and minis. Sounds wrong. I mean, apparently this is supposed to be like the mid-size, but I'm like, it's small to me. Next. What do we got here? I believe this one's the Verdant's Tarot. Yes. And which, by the way, Shadowscapes. Speaking of Shadowscapes, I mentioned it earlier in the stream. This one, like I believe they made the Shadowscapes borderless now. Finally. This one, I'm like, the camera's not doing this one justice. I really like what she did on this one. But again, like always, Stephanie Puman Law, stop making your deck so highly detailed. My God. Like we can't see everything. We can't see all the details. Please, please. Oh, I like this Knight of Coins. This is going to be Six of Wands too. And it shuffles well too. I just wish it was like a touch bigger. Like it needs to be a little bit bigger. So like that's the one thing. Such high details, so much going on. It needs some more breathing room, I feel, because this standard tarot size, even if it takes up that whole card, is not enough. Wait a minute. That's not enough. Make it enough. That's what Llewellyn really said. Make it enough. Yeah, they need to. Yeah, but they're mass market, mass production, quantity over quality. I'm like, I think, yeah. Mini for too much in a small space. Yep. TMI for a small space. Yep. Agreed. Lucy, you know this one. I know this one. This one actually reads really well. I really like reading this one. I'm like, I give it a chance, and it always like impresses me and it gives me a good a good solid reading. What is it? Dream Keepers? I cannot remember the name. You know this one, Lucy. More on books and box and the cards. Yeah, there was, what was that one thing they in the Verdant's Tarot, they gave it like a blue little card stand, like a thick cardboard card stand. I was like, I tossed it. I was like, girl, please be so fucking for real. But this deck is so cool. Dream Keepers, yes. Right, I don't need that. We don't need that. Like this one's nice. Liz Houston, yeah. That is really cool. This one's really cool because it like, yeah, it's gonna stay out. It's staying out for the next live stream where I do readings. Get ready because it's coming back. So this one here is the Universal Tarot. Hold on, let me put this with this one right here. Yeah. There we go. oh gosh, I forget the guy's name. And there's a few other decks that are called like the Universal Tarot, but this one's published by Wiser, I think, and it's not a full 78. He keeps the court cards to like the typical. He keeps the court cards to typical like I think he goes King Queen Knight or King Queen Page, I think. Or like Jack Queen and King, like in regular playing cards, which I'm like, I kind of like the 4 court card system, but he keeps it. It does remove that like 12 court cards, 12 zodiac signs. Don't have to worry about that 4th court card. Those 4 other court cards that you gotta kind of make represent the seasons. Yeah, I used to have that deck and have no idea what happened to it. There's a few decks like that I'm like, what happened to that? Most likely, I moved it along. But this is one where even at the time I was like, oh, multicultural. Girl. I like the 6 of Cups here, but this Devil card is so cool. What else we got going on here? I also like the 7 of Cups. Like, it's a trip. Girl. I'm like, I'm not doing readings right now. Not yet, though. Not on this stream. I'm showing my cards. I'm showing off my collection on this one because I haven't done a live stream in so long. So this one's the Hellenic Oracle by, oh gosh, what's her name? She's here on YouTube and I love her channel. She does gardening and tarot content as well. Oh gosh. Something Garden? Enchanted Garden? No. Oh gosh, what's her channel name? You guys are going to see it and you're going to be like, oh yeah, Witch. Green Goddess. Yes. I think is her name. Like the salad. Guardian Green Goddess? Something like that? I can't remember. But I love this Oracle deck. It's a Greek Pantheon Oracle deck. And she did do an expansion pack, which I have yet to get. But I do like how she did like the Elysian Fields. And it's this drawing, this painting isn't a painting of that, of the Elysian Fields. At least I don't think so. But it is supposed to like look like that. This is what it was supposed to look like. It's the basic idea of it. Yeah. Astraios. I think they're asteroids, I think. Maybe. And then what's this one? Okeanos. Okay, this one I'm not sure. Is it water? I believe she also has a PDF. I don't know. But yeah, the Asphodel Meadows here. I'm like, yeah, it would look like that. I'm like, yeah. And then is this, yeah, Oranos, which is the sky and the clouds and all that. Like, yeah. I think she, like, some of them are Titans, and some of them are like, here we have Themis. She's not a goddess. She might be a goddess. The lesser goddesses. I don't know. And then Mnemosyne might be her, but anyways, I will say I fear it kind of this. I fear these decks. Both of these decks maybe kind of tried to do what this did with like the placing of the words as well. Kind of makes me think like, oh, is that? Just, I don't know. But I will say I like this one more. You know, I think, and I want to read with it, see if it plays well with Tarot of Delphi. But I like Tarot of Delphi so much that there really doesn't. I feel like I don't want to add anything else to it. I don't know. Oh, I like this card. This is one that I like, Tartarus, and that, yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah, that's kind of the idea of Tartarus. And then we got this one. This is the Witch's Wisdom Tarot. Another one, a nature-based deck that is doing something different with the cards. Ecological, feminist, and unapologetic. I almost read through most of the guidebook on this one, and I liked it so far. I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. So, yeah, some of it I'm like kind of being like, okay, maybe. But others it's like, yeah, like, I'm like, you see animals doing stuff, and you can get that message from that. I like this Ace of Earth. It's like akin to like the tarot in the back, in a way. I want to say the artist or the designer of the deck, I think she's not doing tarot work anymore. I don't know, but you can still get the deck. But I just can't remember what went down with that. It was something, because I believe the artist is still making art. I think she even is making an oracle deck. Don't quote me on that. I don't know. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Elemental Tarot. This one I like. This one I did some really good readings with in person. I'm going to read more with it for sure. I mean, you can get that Rider-Waite-Smith meaning from it, but not so literally. Yeah, like the Six of Discs. Like, you don't see a rich person giving money to poor people. Like, it's expressed in a different way. Yeah, here we have the Two of Water. Like, okay, yeah, two people coming together in an intimate union. You know, the Seven of Earth. You don't see that same meaning there. You know, that again, we're seeing different things. It looks different. So you have no excuse to be bringing up Rider-Waite-Smith literal interpretations into this deck here. You know, it's like, it's, you know, like, read the images, not the images you memorized in your head. I believe this is the Star Tarot. I will say, I think the name could have been workshopped a bit. For sure, this is like the first edition of this deck was not something Schiffer should be proud of, but it's Schiffer doing what Schiffer does best, tomfoolery. So they did reprint this in a borderless, much nicer card stock, much nicer card size. It's yeah. The name does not do it justice. But I can see, but I'm pretty sure there is a reason why, like the star, like it's. But I feel like it could be called something else. And this is another one of those new age aesthetic decks. It's like New Age meets Thoth Golden Dawn. Almost like the Spiral Tarot. I think it can go in hand with that aesthetic as well. I'm like, let's see what this one has to say. Every man and every woman is a star. Oh, okay, yes, fine. How funny. I'm reading up on this card. Fine, I'll look into you as well. I forgot to look into you as. Listen, I can only read about the same card over and over again until, you know. But I'll look. Fine. I read with this one. This one, I was afraid it wouldn't read intuitively, which is what put me off from attempting to do so with it. But reading it, I was like, I did a reading for someone with this deck, and it went really well. I was like, okay. I'm gonna keep it. This one's gonna stay in the rotation. And this one for sure will be read with again. No. Zadi is not the emperor. It just doesn't make sense. Just its placement on the tree. Don't give me that double helix, that triple helix bullshit that they put on there. I was like, no. You don't have to do that. It's too convoluted. Like, if you're going to do that, mix up all the letters. Because you have to realize is that the order of the majors were never established like that. I love this lunar deck too. And maybe we'd be like, oh, the mansions of them. This is cool. This is a cool concept. I want to look more into this. I love it. Resistance is futile. I'm like, it's not resistance. It's my own path. But here's the thing. When it is the deck like that, when Zadi is put on the Emperor, I will read it like that. I will read the Thoth deck as Zadi is the Emperor and He the Star. And that's with the deck itself. When it comes to like other Golden Dawn decks, I'm not going to project that onto like the Rider-Waite Smith or other ones. Those are the letters and the associations that they are given. I'm like, Crowley designed and made his deck like that. So yeah. Oh, you should definitely put it in the tower again. Put it into your cart. Add it to your cart. And hit the PayPal button, girl. Like it's a really good one. Oracle of the Radiant Sun is good, but I'm still like getting a hang of that one as well. Oh, I love this. This is probably like my favorite bag. The Byzantine Tarot is the bag is from Baba Studios. I wish they did more of these, but they refused to for some reason. But yeah, this is the Byzantine Tarot by Scylla Conway. This one also reads just straight out of the box. Like, I love this. The fits, the outfits that these people are wearing. I was like, I love it. And the colors are just so bright and saturated. I think this one also, she says wands are air. I think staffs are air and swords are fire in this one as well. And it's like it just doesn't. That's just not me. It's just not for me. Just good. I saw someone on Instagram saying like, "Oh, we need to stop overhand shuffling like this with the vertical card, like vertically, like through the sides. Is the much better." Which I have to agree, but I unfortunately still will automatically go like this sometimes. But I have to agree with him. Like this is much like this on the sides, much better, much better. What card fell out? Ace of coins. Wasn't upright. Wasn't face up, so it doesn't count. But still fun to look at. Fun to take a gander, see what it is. What do we have next? What's going on here? This is another bag that I really like. I believe this is the Rackham Oracle. Yes. You see, I know what I put where. The only good duck soup deck. I'm just kidding. I'm sure he made one other good deck. This one, listen, I think he took all the energy and the energy sourced for creative keywords. I think he took all of them. Because you don't really see keywords like this in Oracle cards. It like on some of them, like I was like, oh, this is that's a good one. Yeah. And it's all Arthur Rackham's beautiful illustrations. And some Los Carabeo and other deck creators have tried to use his art to make decks. It's just not it. Just not it. They just don't get it. They just don't get it like he did. Let's see what this deck says. Guardianship. You know, it's a concept in the Emperor card that I've also been noticing. Protection of the vulnerable. Hold still, please. Who's next? I think this is the Liminal Tarot. I think it's what it's called. The new Liminal Tarot. Sorry. The new Liminal Tarot by Penelope Klein. This one, very few decks can pull off the Thoth Rider-Waite-Smith crossover. But this one she did a pretty good job on this one. It's very bright. It's very welcoming. I think if you want to step into the Thoth world, I think this would be a good one to get into. I do like this King of Discs. I love a good King of Pentacles. Oh, I can't remember. I should take count. Should be keeping track, shouldn't I, of how many decks I've already shown so far. No fish hook. I'm just kidding. I gotta let it go. Is this the Hermit? Yeah. It's a cool Hermit. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18. We're at 60 now. I was like, and when it comes to like wands as air and swords as fire, I just think just get rid of the suit symbol as a whole. Like I feel like the suit symbols themselves, like the wand, the sword, in terms of tarot readings, in the card meanings, you don't really necessarily need that. You can just go straight halfway through. Oh, 60? You think we're halfway through? Oh, you think we're halfway through? We might be. Or I think maybe more a quarter of the way. Let's see, what's this? What do we have in here? Okay. I got a bone to pick with these people. This is the Terra Volatile by Grado Guia Absurdum. They need to stop. You've done enough. I like with every update, it's always an update to this tarot deck. They have enough cards in this deck has so many alternate cards. It could be 2 separate decks on its own, or like it's like there's no need. There's no need. That being said, this card did need to be updated. Like this 9 of Cups, that's crazy. This is a crazy choice to like yes, but like I think the Buddha in this card being depicted in this card would work, but not like this. Please no, not that. But everything else about this deck is really fucking cool. And I did have the extra large like collector's edition, and I thought it was gonna be something else. I didn't know it would be a whole ass like obelisk, like a piece of furniture, I didn't know I was getting a small piece of furniture when I bought the large collector's edition of this. And this was like when it first came out. I got the deck when it first came out. And now they have like so many alternate cards, so many other like added cards that I was like, I fear they may be losing the plot. All right, bye the tower again. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, this is one that a lot of people like, and I fear it might be overrated. No, that's not the right term of phrase. I don't know. I don't know how to describe what my feelings towards it. Is this? No, I know what this is. This here. So, you know how I was complaining about this being warped? Now, it's because I keep buying the expansion packs. I'm like, I just don't get. They need to stop. They need to stop with the expansion packs. They need to stop. They just need to stop with those and just make another Oracle deck or another tarot. Like, please, something. So where I have issues with this one having warped images, because I feel like they stretch the art. All right, bye Rick. God's Killer. I think it's a really cool fucking name. This one though has that issue, and however, it's because it's based off of prayer cards. This is the prayer card tarot, and those prayer cards were never really like professionally like made in a way. They're not the highest, cleanest production of these images. And so you're going to see some that are very grainy, some that are a little not as the print production isn't as well done. But I think that adds to the aesthetic of these, because this is what the prayer cards would look like. I think I remember going to some Catholic services growing up, and sometimes going to Catholic. I think at first we were kind of going to Catholic churches, but then we switched to, I think, Protestant. No, not Protestant. I forget what it is exactly. We were Episcopalian. No, not pescatarian. um, but it's almost more in line with Protestant. And so this deck uses those Catholic prayer cards as tarot cards, and I think this is really cool. So it goes in line with the Gustav Dore tarot, and I think it would be a cool deck to use for people that are a little uncomfortable with traditional tarot imagery and showing some, and instead showing more images that are much more comfortable for people to work with. That being said, I don't know what they use for the devil. We should look, because that's where you gotta look. That's where the real. That's where the truity is. Of course they'd use this for the devil. Mm-hmm. I can't remember who the saint is, but I do know that the artist that made that picture, that depiction of the saint, was like, he was like very, I want to say the first depiction was like, no. When it was a bit slutty. Is the best way I can describe it. All right, then we got here the Quarea 81 Oracle deck. It's not an Oracle deck. They just call it the Quarea 81 deck, something like that. Again, trippy. The challenge. Occult, trippy, esoteric imagery here. These are apparently figures, archetypes, deities, daimons, maybe, that you can actually, that like have been reported and met by and interacted with and worked with by magicians. I want to say like 2 different artists worked on this one. But my favorite part of this is the back. This back is so cool. Like the darkness, the rich, deep blue, and these striking, piercing eyes. Like the stark white of the eyes. It makes for a cool effect. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-hmm. I know why. I've seen that one. Fix yourselves. There you go. There you go. Like that. Uh-huh. And then this is the Tarot of the Sevenfold Mystery, which is like a Rider-Waite Smith remix, I think. It's with Neoplatonic ideas. I think another one that I think you could introduce to people who are a little like apprehensive to the tarot. You can show and you can read with this one, and this one is kind of much more welcoming, I feel. Ace of Swords. Yeah. I love the backs too. Put you there. That's nice. The Tabula Mundi by Mel Moline. And I got it with the Deccan cards as well, or all the zodiacal signs. Would they be called the Deccan cards? I'm not sure. Right, because the minor arcana are the Decans. Well, most of them. Those are like the signs, the Decans as a whole sign. So the backs, though, we gotta read her backs. The backs. I don't know if you can get the holographic sparkles on these. Kind of, barely. This isn't the right lighting for it. But anyways. Reversals. You can see where some of the art is being worn off. You gotta laminate your cards, people. Put good coating on your cards. Protect your cards. I'm like, Which I don't know if she's done any updates. Mel Moline, if she's done any like new things, if she's still working on. I believe she was working on another tarot. I know she did her Telos 777, which that book is really good. That book is a really good tarot book. But I believe she mentioned like possibly 2 or 3 other tarot decks. I cannot remember. I may be misremembering. But anyways, the next one I have is my first 1.5A Marielle tarot with the gold edges. And this is the one I tend to work with the most. Mostly because it's the OG. The old one I used to have got so worn out. I trimmed it down to the images, and then that got too worn out. And so I don't know what I did with it. I believe I moved it along. I don't know what I did. I cannot remember where it is. Maybe I gifted it. I'm not entirely sure. Or maybe I put it away somewhere. I don't know. Because that was like my first. That's the deck I learned on. That is the deck I learned tarot on. Well, these images particularly. This edition particularly. And then, the Ashira Tarot. My a good old friend of mine. I haven't talked with her in a minute. Her name was Evie Wilkinson. I don't know what she went by on YouTube. I can't remember her name on YouTube. But Evie was her name. And she told me, I believe, of the Ashira Tarot. I believe. I know she was one of the first to do a video on it. And I saw this deck on Instagram, I believe, and I was like, y'all gotta check this out. Like, check this out. Like, this deck, yeah. This is the first edition. This was when it was made on Game Crafter, I believe, and then now it moved over. I believe Sarah Wheatley, the creator, moved it over to what's it called? Drive-through playing cards. So this is just such a cool especially the minor arcana. The minor arcana with the use of mandalas is just, that's like, you can look at that for hours. And then like the trippy, like the three faces here, and then this death card. It's like she didn't have to, and yet she did. She didn't have to go that far. She didn't have to go that hard, and yet thank God she did. That's all I can say. I haven't gotten, like I said, I haven't gotten the updated version. I believe Lucy, I believe she got it, but I'm like, this is the one. I was like, yeah. And I remember someone came into my live stream. They were like, have you heard of this one? And I was like, honey, I'm the one that let people know about it. Like, let's see. Okay, so that's one tub down. That was what, 65? I don't know. I lost count again. But we're not here to count them. One more tub. We're almost done. I promise. And then sticking with a Mel Maline deck, one of the first of the few majors only decks that I have. And this one's technically 3. Because it's like the various bordered and borderless editions. So this is the Pharaoh's Tarot, and it's a lighthouse themed watercolor Thoth tarot. And I think it's just so interesting what she was able to do with this. And then there's an alternate version of the Fool, or the light itself. And then there's the different borders. And then this one's the house, like the structure itself. And then the different versions of it, yeah. You can see the lighthouse has a different design on it, and the colors are different. Then we have the High Priestess, or the ship. Okay, I shouldn't stay too long on this. The Empress. The Compass for the Lovers. Chariot. The Hermit or the Lantern. I like this wheel. The Wheel of Fortune is crazy. Or the Works. Like, there's so much going on in that. And then what is it? The Spiral Lust. Mm-hmm. The Walk, or the Widow Walk for death. The Devil. The Lens. The Star. Okay, this Star card though, you gotta have like, yeah, the Way for the Star. That's, again, a piece that you kind of have to have as like a full larger print. The Lamp for the Sun. Oh yeah, it's always, I'm like, we got to show, yeah, these two here as well. So I keep bumping into the mic, and I can tell that's just horrible for the audio listeners. The Flame and the Keeper. I'm like, trippy. What else is next? What's next? This is one I probably will move along. Not sure about it, probably, just because it's a Thoth but re-illustrated. It's like the Thoth, but illustrated in the Tarot of the Divine aesthetics and that style of art. So it's not. She's not perfect, but she is a Thoth deck that I think would be a good introductory Thoth tarot. I'm like, it shuffles well, and I think the guidebook isn't too half bad. That's the right phrase. But it's like I already have the Thoth tarot. It's kind of like I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's no need for this one. You know, it's kind of redundant almost. Maybe that's just. I think that might be one of the downsides of the Thoth tarot is that it's you can't really remix it like the Rider-Waite-Smith or something. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. There's something to it to where you really can't revamp it too much without it, without it becoming like just a copy of it. I can't describe it right now. Anyways, here we have an Oracle deck. Soul cards 1 and 2 in one thick stack. Like, yeah, the different backs. Apparently there's editions with the same colored backs. But I don't know. And people compare this one with the Devas of Creation, but I beg to differ. Where these are just a touch more literal, a lot more human faces, a lot more people, a lot more anthropomorphized figures in this one. Though same vibes. Maybe with more thicker lines, with harder lines than the Devas of Creation. But I do like her faces. She does have a good. I like how there's a wide variety of expressions in the faces that she's drawn. There. What do we got next? What are you? Oh gosh, what did I put in here? The Battley Tarot. It's not a bad tarot, it's a Battlet. Is it Battlet? Or is it Battley? I don't know. But the back leaves something to be desired. I think maybe if the woman wasn't on the back, it would be fine. Or maybe if it was just the sun, the moon with the stars, that little detail there with the tree, and maybe not without the trees as well. I don't know. It could be a little better, but I do love the aesthetics on this one. And what's being like depicted in it. How he chose to draw the major arcana is really cool. The court cards leave a bit to be desired. I think. I do like this world card though. Oh, I like this High Priestess. It's just there's a lot of like details in the major arcana, maybe I was wrong on this one. I think the court cards are pretty varied. There's like a lot of there's quite a bit going on. Yeah, no. The court cards are. Yeah, thank God. It's the pips that were like, oh. No, because there's some that are different. Like here's the 5 of Cups. He threw a dude in there. He threw in Mars himself. Here's the 9 of Swords with Luna, Diana. Ooh. What else we got? What's next? What we got next? What was it? The neoclassical classical tarot or something like that. Neocolonial something like that. The classical neocolonial tarot. I can't remember. This one's has like social, political, and economic commentary on our post-colonized world. And I think he does a pretty clever job of expressing these ideas in the tarot. Now, how one can give a good focused tarot reading with these is another question. And whether that works well for clients is another question entirely as well. I'm not sure. That's the one thing. But in terms of like the art that is being, like the commentary that's being made with this art, I quite like it. I'm like, I think yes, more of this, please. And it shuffles very well. Though I will say, I think we could have had shorter cards. I don't think we needed the words to be stacked like that. We could have saved a lot on here, on these. That's a lot of space there. It's not being utilized. Like, I like the different languages, yes. I'm not mad at that. I just think, we could have saved a bit on cardstock. That's all I'm saying. Speaking of, come on, focus. Thank you. So, next we have the Bee Tarot. Or the Beekeeper's Tarot. I don't know. I was excited for this one. And this one's also on the Move Along stack. It's one of those that I'm like, okay, maybe not, because I was excited for it at first. And then I saw more of it and I was like, okay. It is a bit too beekeeper. It's more like a beekeeper tarot than the Bee Tarot. I don't know, because it's like, how do you make that work? It's like there is like, either way, I think it's executed well enough. I like some of the people in it. I love the artist's work, which actually we're going to show you one of the other decks. We're going to show her. I'm going to show you her other decks. This one, the court cards, I was disappointed in. The court cards are very samey. I wonder if I can find one more. No, but I will show you at least here. As an example, here's the Prince of Wands and the King of Wands. And all the other Wands court cards have the same throne and background and setting. The person's different is the only thing. And of course, you can see with the King, there's like the trees on fire. Like, sure. But I just... a little bit more. Damn, I am yawning a lot. Sorry about that. I think I need I think I need water. I've been yapping a lot about showing my tarot cards quite a bit. Like, what is this? We're almost at 3.5 hours. Yeah. Thank you for everyone who joined in on this grand 10-year anniversary live stream. I'm like, the tarot has changed quite a bit. And then what is this one? The Bodacious Tarot, I think is what it's called. Bodacia's something tarot, I think. This is a collage deck, almost akin to the Dream Keepers or the Mystical Moments. I think the Tarot of the Mystical Moments. Similar to that vibe. Very grand, very maximalist for sure. But still, nonetheless, gorgeous. I love this. And then an extra card, the perspicacious platypus. Again, making up new words for no reason. I'm just kidding. It's on my list. I need to look at what's on my list too, because there's some that I'm pretty sure that I was like gung ho, being like, oh my god, I need it. And then now as I've grown and changed, I'd probably look at it and be like, I don't think we need that. I think we're okay without that one. I like this one. It's 5 of Tentacles with the white dress and the white tentacles. It's the Queen of Aether. I love this. And the backs are cool. Again, just as like pieces of art, I would have this one, like some of these illustrated on there. Who's honking like that? Who's over here honking? We don't get down like that around here. What's in this one? All right, this is one I think I might move along for sure. Just because I don't really work with runes and Nordic stuff. I'm like, But I think the Oracle deck, the art is pretty cool, and what's like being shown, I was like, okay, it's more than just runes, It is a Norse Oracle. And the art isn't half bad. And this is the Norse, the Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil? I probably butchered that. Oracle, I think is what it's called, the Yggdrasil Oracle. I'm like, the extent of my knowledge and consumption of Norse mythology is from watching Let's Plays of God of War, the newer games, and also what else? What's the other one? That's about it. What's next? What are you? Oh, what are you? I'm like, what did I put in this tiny bag? In this oversized bag. Aha! The Ananda Tarot, another deck my friend Lady Knight got for me from Germany. This one I think I like more than the Rorig, just because of how, like, I don't know, it's much more grounded, maybe. I don't think that's the right word to say for it. But it is interesting. This aesthetic, but I do see like parallels in the art style from the Rorig to the, is it the Ananda or the Ansata? I think this is Ananda. It should be Ananda. I don't know. But then this is probably the weakest card, because you can totally tell it's like cheap old computer CGI on this guy right here. It's rough. It's rough. That's all I can say. I do like this one. I do love this Emperor here. That's a cool Emperor. And this Hierophant, I mean... Okay, that's enough of that one. So, and the back circle too. Never judge a deck off its back. I will judge. I think you should at least make it a nice back. You know, if you're gonna make something, you should clothe it in some appreciative attire. You know. I'm getting tired. The Dust to Onyx. This is one I believe I'm going to move along, but I'll probably gift it to someone if I'm going to move it along. I think and I'll only gift it to someone I feel like will be deserving of it and will appreciate it. I also like that there's, I don't know if you can see how it is. There's like holographic shine on some of it. It's tasteful. Another collage deck, or mixed media, I believe would be the much more correct term. But still, there's a bit of collage going on here. Again, very well produced. It's a luxurious item for sure, and very powerful, and very like it's one I have a lot of reverence for. But yeah. Oh, 3 hours in, honey. We've got quite a few to go. I already showed the two that you sent me, Lady Night. I also know the other deck, Lady Night, that I was gonna send you. The Ring Tarot, the Ring Cycle Tarot. You'll know the one. No. This is the... Oh, it's the one with Rackham's artwork. It's by Schiffer. It's the Ring Cycle. Yes. So yeah, this one, oh gosh, what is this one? I just had someone just put a comment on this one, on the video I did on this deck. And it's like, oh gosh, I cannot remember the name of it. But it's like, yeah, but this one's, I think, supposed to be a little bit intuitive as well, based on the images inside the cartouches. Sorry if it's a little blurry. But it's what we got to work with. I'm like in a weird one, and I'm not entirely sure how I would go about reading it. But again, it's another one that needs its own time. What's next? It for those in terms of decks. This one is the Builders of the Adaida Tarot, and it's one you're supposed to color in. And I've kind of done a few goes at it, not on the cards themselves. I printed out some printouts of the cards so I can do some practice coloring on it. I was like, okay, maybe, but I still got to work on it a bit more. That I was like, okay, we're on the right track, but this isn't exactly how I'm thinking. I want to do this. And so it's like Rider-Waite-Smith derivative, but obviously from a different artist. It's not Pamela Coleman Smith, but it is similar to Pamela Coleman Smith's work. So I don't know when I'll get to coloring this in. Hopefully soon. Like now that I got a bunch of free time. The Playing Marseille, I believe, like the playing card. Terabyte. Oh gosh. He did the Maybe Normand. Oh gosh, don't show a bunch of non-illustrated cards here. Oh, it is. I remember there's like an edition of this that was like hand colored, and it came in like a wooden box. And here, like, so each one of those editions were like uniquely colored, one of a kind colored like decks, essentially. What fell out? What are you? What did you drop? The Empress, the Five of Diamonds, and the King of Hearts. How many decks do you have? I'm not taking inventory. I'm just showing my collection and what it's like right now at the time. So I guess technically inventory, but I've lost count of my decks. I'll probably count them later or when I'm putting them away. I'll probably count them as I'm putting them away. So we'll get to counting it soon, because I'm for sure in the hundreds, but I don't know how many. Probably in the 200 and some. I don't know. So, anyways, here we have the Pinchos du Monde tarot. This is one of the first few the painting, like pre-existing art put into tarot card meanings. And this one I think was really nice. I have the Oracle deck, and that one I was able to get like special cards with it. And this one I have not read with in so long. Thanks, Lady Knight. They love using this image as the Ace of Cups. Luxury. Mm-hmm. The world. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's like some that you'll see reappear in other decks as well, but some decks do it better than others. Oh, so good. I'm like, maybe I'll do a few readings with this one too soon. This one's yeah, the Painter's one is really good. I think I don't know if you can still get it. I don't think so. Dribble. It looks like she did some other stuff. What's this? Deck in progress. Yeah, these are Painter's Dumont Tarot. Huh. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but no. No, no, no. What's this? Absolutely getting distracted right now by this. I'm finding stuff that isn't. Is this a cool tarot? Is this a major only? It's a cool looking. It's a cool looking deck. A little weird with the bugs. Cool looking devil card. I'm like, not what I was looking for. Completely different. Google sent this to me. Wow, I just tried to send one internet link and it freaking buffered my live stream. That just goes to show it's rough out here. It's rough out here. Let's see. And then the last deck in here isn't necessarily like a. I guess kind of. This is an I Ching. Yeeking. Whoa, there is ads. Yes, there are ads on live streams now. But yeah, this is the deck that you get when you get the course, or that you can make yourself when you get the course for Benabel Wen's I Ching course, which is a very good course. I think it's I much prefer that course over her book, her I Ching book that she just published, like a few, I don't know, like a few, like, gosh, is it over a year now at this point? The book isn't bad, and I should probably give it a maybe. I'll probably, yeah, I'm like, because I like the course, the history on it, and what she talks in it, the videos on it, and I also like the book of changes that she offers you, because that book of changes is actually very, I like it. It's more than just the book of changes. She also offers like what other things that you can do with the I Ching hexagrams. And so this is just text with that, and it's I wouldn't really use this as it, and the I Ching itself isn't necessarily a cartomantic visual form of divination. It's more so a binary diagram type divinatory system. I don't know how to describe it. Anyways, this is one deck that I didn't show from the creator of the Bee Tarot, the Beekeeper's Tarot. But I really liked this little guy here, the Forest Fae. This is a understated, overlooked, underappreciated. Uh, this little guy will spit out the right card you need for some reason. Just I don't know why. Don't ask me how it works. Don't ask me why it works. Don't ask me what it is about this Oracle deck that I like. It just gets you, I think. I do like this one. I do like this Sphinx. Oh, that's right. The Ananda. Yeah, I just showed the Ananda not too long ago. You know, it's yeah. I think what was the one? Yeah, this is the card I pulled the other day. It said the Fairy Harper. Find the words to long forgotten songs and dance the music in your soul. And so I just listened to some Linkin Park. I was like, what is like old music? I was like, okay, what was some of the songs and albums that I grew up listening to? What were some of my formative albums that I like to listen to? That's what I'm like, Linkin Park. That was one of them. I think Florence and the Machine's Lungs is another one a little later. But yeah, that's what I was like. I was like, okay, that's what we'll do. What's next? Okay, so those are done. I'm going to put these back now. I need the space, so yes. This is the thing this is the part they don't show you. This is the part they don't show you. Sweetie, it's been how long has it been? 90 what? R.I.P. Chester. Let's see. From 1996. Well, I mean, they were active when I was born. I grew up with them. You know, that was yes. Well, I mean, 30 years. I mean, I'm like that's not that old. There's for sure way older music, but in terms of like from my past and my childhood, yes. That was 10 minutes ago. My time zone. I don't think that's how it works. Let's see. Anything else here? No, I can think of. Then we're gonna go to the shelves. After this, we're going to the shelves. We're almost done, people. Girl math. Out. Put these in. Oh, the burps. Nasty burps from all this movement. Here they go. And into the drawers they go. Well, they're not really drawers, they're more like shelves. Go there. And we're going to go in here. And we're going to go by random stacks now. Now for sure we're really going to start the organization here, I think. All right, California Tarot. Shadows and Light by Lynn Dungan and James Pascoe. And so this is essentially a deck that covers the entire history, not the entire history, but like integral historical figures to California's past, to what made California what it is today. I'm all looking at it. I'm like, it's not the most expertly crafted tarot, but as a native born and raised Californian, I feel like I needed a deck that represented that. Well, not that I needed, but more so I feel like it was I don't know. Point is, this isn't a deck I really reach for to read with. And of course, my camera's not doing it justice, as is the case when the camera, the only camera I have set up is like this. And the backs, a little bit plain. I feel like maybe we could have put more poppies in there. I don't know. This is me. But the guidebook's actually very informative. It's actually got quite a bit of good information about each of the historical figures. And it doesn't like nice wash it or anything. It actually holds like, they're like, yeah, this person was actually a bit problematic. They're like an integral figure to history and great progressive figure, except in this factor. And I'm like, yeah, nobody's perfect. Another Liminal 11 deck, the Cosmic Slumber Tarot by Tilly Walden. I believe she also does like graphic novels and all that. This is one that I was excited for, but I don't know. I just don't reach for it. Beautiful, cute. Oh, but I don't know. It leaves something to be desired for some reason. I do like this Princess of Cups. I want to be that swan drinking from that cup. I'm just really thirsty. I do like this Ace of Pentacles, though. I love that. I do like a good King of Pentacles. He's a good King of Pentacles. I like him. This is the Gouai Lenormand by Charlotte Mew, or Mui, Charlotte Mui. She did a tarot deck, and I got it when I backed the Kickstarter for this Lenormand, but I think this Lenormand's a little Lenormand deck. I'm like, I don't know if I've read with it, but if you're gonna do a Lenormand in a larger size, it's like the biggest you got to do it, you know. And then we have the Nox et Lux, the black and white version of the Tabula Mundi. Which I wish she did this for her Telos Tarot. All right, bye, Lucy. This is one of the. I don't think she. I believe no. I think she still makes a few of these. I think. I know the Tabula Mundi and the Telos and the Rosetta are readily available from her shop. I don't know if this one still is. It might be. I haven't checked. I haven't seen if she's up to anything new. But that's one thing. I'm pretty sure she is. Let's see. Oh. Update on the Deck and Walk workbook. Okay. But where'd you get the decks? Tarot card. Oh. Let me see here. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can get the Nox et Lux in the medium size. What else? What else you got? And the Pharos Tarot, and that's it. Yeah. So you can still get it. You can still get the. You can still get that the Nox et Lux, but not in the. But not in like the full large size. I think it's just in a mid size. So this is the Star Lore Arcana. This is what I'm not sure I'll keep. I don't know. But I believe the creators also did the. I believe Natasha Rowland. Is she the one that did this? Yeah, Urania Press. Yeah. She did this one. This is I want to say this is an actual playing card deck. I believe this might be a reproduction of a playing card. I can't be sure though. But I do love the illustrations of the constellations. To the backs, and there was a minute that I was like, all the astrological decks, Oracle of the Radiant Sun, the Moon Oracles, various Moon Oracles, Cosmos Tarot Oracle, all these star-based decks. There's the Celestial Tarot by the creator of the Spiral Tarot, which we'll look at it right now. But I prefer. I went to this is really good, actually, in terms of production and the quality of the images and all that. Compared to this, I don't know what went wrong, and maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I don't have the right vision, but for but that's I don't know. It's just not right. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break and get some water. I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. All right, so got that. On to the next stack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nothing real special about these. I'm pretty sure you can see what these are as I bring them off the shelf. The Alchemical Tarot. I think I'm gonna get the new edition that he put out. Of this one. Like it's more colorful, I believe, but I don't know. This one's he changed the vessels, and where in this one it's like actual alchemical vessels. They look more. The vessels look more. It looks more alchemical. It looks more like what you would see in alchemical diagrams. In the new one, he kind of changed them into these like ceramic vases, so they look beautiful, but not the vibe. Maybe, in my opinion, but there's other stuff that I like about them. Love this moon card. And then the CBD Marseille. Now remember, CBD on its own doesn't do much. But with THC. Anyways. We all know the Marseille. This is by Yav Bendov, though. It's a pretty good, like, if you just want a straightforward Marseille, this is as hands-on as it gets. So you can't go wrong with this one. Sorry I keep bumping the mic. I'm not used to it being in my way. I think we're gonna do that. I think that's that. We're gonna go like that. Okay, how's that? Is that okay? Is that better? Is that okay? I hope that's not too bad. And then the Tarot of A.E. Waite, or just what A.G. Mueller calls their special edition of the Rider-Waite-Smith. I like it because this is my go-to workhorse Rider-Waite-Smith deck. I don't use that University Press pink Ankh back deck. That one's too precious to me to use to overwork like that. This one, the colors are much more, they're muted, but they're not too pale. They're not vibrant. The lines are much cleaner. It's a really good reproduction, I think, and it's the crackle backs. So I mean, a lot of people like harp on like trying to get the specific Rider-Waite-Smith, like, oh, I want a blushing full, this, that, whatever, and it's like, as long as the lines are clean and clear and it's Pamela Coleman Smith's line work, you shouldn't break a sweat over it, you know? Somebody asked if I backed the Conjunction Tarot, and yes, I did. Yes, I did. Here it is, right here. The backs are crazy backs. It leaves a bit to be desired. I prefer a more what is it? Symmetrical back. The one I got has the skin made up of tiny red dots, which I don't know. I mean, you gotta get that A.E. Waite one, or get the plastic. I want to get the plastic Rider-Waite-Smith again if I'm gonna keep doing in person tarot readings at events and all that, because I'd be more comfortable risking spillage with that. Reversible, thank you. Reversible backs, and they don't have to be entirely reversible, but it's not as, because this looks like an actual card. That's the thing. The Tower. But this deck is a trip, and that's what I want to see in my tarot decks. Look at that. Temperance, the art card. Like, she went crazy with this one. And this took a long time to make. I was there from the first install. I don't know. I can't remember how many cards you had when I first caught on to when like this deck was being made. But yeah, it's like Thoth and Marielle had a baby. I would say it's more so oh gosh, there's another one. But I can't remember. It's been a year. It's been a year. But it reminds me of there's some other deck. There's a few other like dark with like creepy looking imagery. Not El Goliath, not that shit. No, it's a different one. It kind of reminds me a bit of the Tarot of the Golden Serpent, or the Tarot of the Golden Serpent. I don't have that one. I want to get that one. That one's in the same vein and idea of this one. Different artists, obviously, and way more colorful though. Cards we got again, the Ace of Swords. What are we trying to? What new ideas are coming out? Something we're missing something. And then we've got the Outsider Tarot. This one I quite like for its queer representation, but it touches and shows some very like it pushes boundaries. It can cause some discomfort for some people, I've noticed. Like some of the art looks can be a little innocent looking, but then there's some that have a darkness to it. Which isn't to say that like, oh, as like a good accurate representation of real life, you know, like I don't want my decks to be nice washed. But it's like you do want like to at least let your audience be acclimated and prepared for what you have to say. Oh, and then this is like this one is another like an alternate card of it, like of there was like the billow, what is it, right? Yeah, the billow of bottles. And this one's supposed to be Brittany. The other one is like kind of like still referencing her, but like there it's like no, it's her. I do like how all the majors are without people, and there's something to it. Yeah, the runaways for the lovers. The three of eyes. And there's the fathom of lights. And it shuffles really well. And I don't know what happened to the creator. I don't know if he's still posting or if he's making more art or what he's doing. I don't know. Yeah. If my calculations are correct, his ends of this month are such. Holding. I'm like, wait. I'm like, please. End of August, right? I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, it's exhausting. It's been so exhausting. How was everybody else's, Saturn return? What was that like for everyone else? Because that shit's not fun. But I guess it depends on how far you've gone into your life or how much success or what you've accomplished in life. Because I will be honest, I've accomplished quite a bit, but I could have done way more. And I think that's what a lot of people think when they get to this point in their life. So when they cross their Saturn return. But it's more so for me, it's extremely true. Like, I was very much not as driven as I should be. Well, your return has had a retrograde in there, which made it listen, it really put me through the ringer there. But I think more people like has anyone ever gone through their Saturn return and they're like, that was great, I had a great time. No, I will say that. You know what? No, scratch that. Even though everything else was around there, I did find out quite a bit about myself that I didn't think would be true or would be applicable to me. Which, carrying on to stick with this, every little thing you do is magic tarot. See, I'm not a big fan of this Temperance card because it looks like a Two of Cups. You gotta make sure that it's not like that, people. Please. Six of Cups. I like this one. Yes. Hierophant as an elephant. We get it. This is an interesting one. 35, 42 to 44. What's the 35 one? It's this one. 10 of Pentacles. I do like this one. The mushrooms, the castle, and the coin. Venus return? Is that like relationships? Oh God. What is this? Three of Swords. Oh, what did you say? Venus, the 35. Oh Lord, here it comes. Yeah, but that's not like 5 years. We'll see what happens. What should I expect then? Wait a minute. Then what should I expect if it's the Venus return? Venus is every 7 years. Right, that's what I was going to say. It should be more than that. 35 to have the biggest impression. I guess that's true, because by 35, I think, please, camera, please work with me here. There we go. So I think at 35 is where the question and aim of marriage. Oh my God. Let me see. I wonder if this. Will that help a little bit? I have no idea. There we go. Why was that so fucking hard, camera? I need a background for this. Jupiter. The Uranus one, I think, is evil. Okay, so what's next? Now we're cooking with gas. Keymaster Tarot. I got the one with the special box in it. It makes it a bitch to store, but honestly, it looks pretty cool on the shelf. But this one I haven't read with. I don't read with this one. So I fear it may have to be moved along to someone that will read with it. I do like the court cards on this one. I do like the line. There's things in this deck that I love. And that's how it is with most of these decks. It's like there's something that I like about them, but it's just the card stock. The card stock. You can't. I like the Hermit on this one. I mean, a Hermit should look this fucking cool every time. Like, who was, I think it was Tom Benjamin that was like, yeah, the Hermit's just so tarot. Like, you can't, like, yeah, like, it's just, it just makes sense. Yes. I like this too. This Magician. Your Riffle ASMR. This is when I know the card stock was good to Riffle Shuffle, so. I'm like, I had to. I just had to. So yeah, that's, I'm like, and it's like, this is so cool, this box. And ain't no one done the game like this since. I'm like, but the thing is that like, I usually have my boxes like stacked on top of each other. This one is like, you gotta have it upward, facing forward. And like that. This is a cool astrology deck. A lot of astrology decks will try to do something like when it. Okay, I don't know how you could what one could call these particular types of astrology decks, where it's the 12 signs, the 12 houses, the planets, and maybe the moon phases, and the eclipse cards, and the nodes, maybe a few other ones, and that's about it. Those are really hard to make and pass off as like really good. The only ones that really work. This one, though, on the other hand, works really well for some reason, because I think it's like it gives it space. The card imagery gives you a lot of space to literally put stuff in it. Like I think you can get stickers, put stickers on this, and journal with this. It's very simple. And like the light is unforgiving on this one. And the guidebook is actually not bad. And I think if you're going to learn astrology with any deck, which again I don't recommend, if you're going to learn astrology, I would recommend, and you want a deck to go with it, sure, go ahead with this one. But I always like, you can't go wrong with this one. But I would recommend just getting a good astrology book, which there are some out there. I just can't. I have to go through my books and be like, these are the good ones. This is the good ones. This is a cool little oracle. I believe she was working on a tarot, but I think she stopped. Life gets in the way that way. This is the Interscription Oracle by Miss Zwol. And so each of these is like a made up glyph, letter, alphabet that you intuit what it might mean, and then you write it out, essentially. And you can connect them into making new words, or it's a new alphabet. I don't know. This is one that is like a little bit too abstract to actually get to work with something, but it's yeah. I'm like, I do like this one. So yeah. And this one does need a core in its cardstock. It's a little flimsy, but not a bad deck anyway. This is a cool little deck. For any of you video game nerds out there, this is the Golden Grace Era Tarot by Gons, and it is based on the video game Elden Ring, which I think a lot of tarot peeps would like. I think tarot peeps would love Dark Souls and Demon Souls and Elden Ring, Bloodborne as well. The aesthetics and the world building in these games, like, is perfect for a tarot. And so, yeah. Now, will I agree with Patches as the Hermit? No. I think he's more the trickster, fool, magician archetype. And here's the world with the tree. Is this the Page of Wands? What does he do? I can't remember that character. And there's a lot of characters in this one. Oh, yeah, the King of Pentacles. I wish you put the titles, the names of these characters in there, because some of them are a little hard to. Some of them look the same, so it looks similar to each other, but they have different names, and some of them also have like similar sounding names as well. This is one other thing here, another issue. So this is like So these are actually like either enemies or one of them is like an ally that you can have in the game. One's the King of Cups, but the other's the Ace of Cups as well. I would have liked a little bit more variation in this. I think him as the King of Cups makes sense. Unlike this guy was cool. This boss fight was cool. I'm trying to show how to. And it gets weird and cosmic. Like here's the sun, which is supposed to be, I believe, a physical embodiment of that golden tree itself. Here's the Knight of Wands. So yeah, it's. I'm like, I have the game. I started playing it, but I never got through much of it because it's such a huge game. It's like it's a lot. But hopefully, I can play. Maybe I've been considering maybe doing video game playthroughs on this channel, but I'm like, I don't know. Now this one here is probably the best deck of the entire year, of this whole year. This deck here, did it come out this year? It better be. I believe it came out this year. Probably one of the best tarot decks to come out in forever. Like the Mindscapes tarot, like it's one of my faves. Which there's also been quite a bit of like environment, landscape, place-based, place-focused, setting-focused decks. You know, where people kind of don't take the forefront. And instead you're able to put yourself in the situations, in the viewpoint and perspective that you're looking at of the archetype, if that makes sense. So you're more looking at it in their perspective, if that makes sense. Yeah. And the shelf is great. Now these two, it always happens like this. I get one that I'm not too excited for, and one that I'm like more excited for, and the one that I'm excited for I get disappointed by, and the one I don't really care much about, turns out blows me out of the water. Speaking of water, folkloric water. So I was gonna do the forest, but I was like, no. Because this came in, I got my hands on this one the same time I got the Thresholds Tarot and Oracle decks, and the production quality in terms of image quality on this one is far superior and much, like, the colors and the lighting is much more, the brightness is much more well done in this one than in the Thresholds. And I'm impressed she was able to even make this deck, being an ocean water focused deck and finding art pieces that match with it. I'm like, I think she did a pretty good job. There's some in there that I'm like, maybe we could have found a different image, but this is the best you could do. I'm like, I'm sure that's the best you could do, because you know sometimes it's hard to find paintings that fit into it like that.
It's not as easy as you think. Let's see, is that all the cards? Yeah, this one's the first one, the Folkloric Forest Tarot. And these are created by Lennox Reese, by the way. I believe it's Ivy Lee. I think is her company, her publication company, where you can get all these. She has another one I'm going to show. I have another deck of hers that I have that I really like. The Forest one, she did a much better job, I think. In finding pictures that like this Eight of the Air, that's perfect right there. This would be great past life readings. The Folkloric Waters or the Forest one? Two. I'm like, I wish I could take them off, but YouTube's being YouTube.
Let's see. Moving on to the next ones. I wonder when I pull them off the shelf if you guys can guess what they are just from how far away they are. I'm sure some of these you guys know. Others I know you guys don't know.
Oh, you didn't see the Forest? Well, you'll have to watch it back. I'll show it to you. You've seen it. You've seen the Forest one. I've shown it to you quite a bit. So this one's the Apparition, the Spirit Speak Tarot deck, I believe, yeah, because the creator, I think her first deck was the Spirit Speak Tarot. This one's a very like pop art, abstract, minimalist deck. You know what it'll go well with? It'll go well with that Obligo Ubico Oracle deck, I think. But there are some cards, like you have this card and then you have this, which seems like two different decks. But I think you got to read into that. Like you got to add that into the meaning of the cards. I like this card right here, the Seven of Cups. And then the backs. It's a very hard and stiff cardstock. Here's the Knight of Swords. I think it's cool. The Brain. Did I leave out cards? I did. What is this? Page of Swords. Interesting Page of Swords. Almost in line with like also like the Shining Tribe tarot and some of its art. Then we got the Solara Occulto Meliora tarot. And this one I think came with, I believe, extra cards, right? Yeah, the Solvet Coagula Oracle. Oh yeah, with like extra Oracle cards. Those are the Oracle cards that come with this thing.
Just because. Just because. I do like the use of space. I believe when this first came out, it had like a border around it, and I think the images work much well borderless. Is this the consciousness oracle? I like that.
Yeah, this is just the little oracle added cards. I'm like, it's a lot to use with the full size 78 tarot because it's a really big deck. I'm like, it's chunky. It's a chunky guy.
Unrealistic body standard. That's all I can say. I think it's this goes in line with that handmade illustrative artwork. You know, it's not supposed to be highly detailed and perfectly fine. Like it's expressing something that you know, as directly and as frankly as it can. And then she did another one. This one came out. This one, I believe the Solara Oculto came out first. Then she sold out of it because she wasn't impressed with the printing quality. Made a new version. Then launched this as a Kickstarter. And this is the one I got, the Crimson Asteria Tarot. This one I think I like far more than the Solaro Oculto. Don't ask me why, I just do. Still Rider-Waite Smith derivative, but she throws in some interesting visuals in here. This is, yeah, the Page of Wands. And the backs. And again, I think the larger and wider the cards, the more like one card draw vibe they give. Like I wouldn't like, you kind of don't want to do like a 10 card spread with decks like this. And then here's the 5th tarot, Alchemy of the 5 Elements, which I think I think it's a misconception to call a tarot that has a major arcana and 5 suits like, oh, a 5th suit. No, the major arcana is the 5th suit, or the first suit, the spirit, the suit of the soul and the spirit, in a way. Well, kind of, you know, not soul, because I think spirit is fire and soul and emotions is water. And so the major arcana is something like divinity, maybe something else. No, spirit is divinity in a way. I'm trying to compartmentalize that which cannot be compartmentalized. Okay. There are some cards in this deck that I think are so cool, and
and I think they have just the neatest art on there. But then there's some that I'm like, I don't think we needed that. But as I was saying, when they add a 5th suit, it makes it, I'm like, okay, so that's 6 suits, with the major arcana being an extra suit as well. What is it? What are you? Seeker of Lotus. Beautiful. The 5 of Shells. I like it when the art is more like this, rather than like rather than like this. You know, where the 5 lotuses are like just put there, like more pippish. I like it when it's like they're actually a part of like an environment like this. I think it's a really neat little deck here. I think this was another Kickstarter, I believe, that they were like, oh, or no. I think they re-released it and self-published. I think you can get it on their website. Again, there I go, bumping into that. And back to Scylla Conway, the Intuitive Tarot. I'm like, if you don't know it, you're gonna know it now. And I think this deck is really cool. I think for sure underappreciated when it first came out. And I think what didn't help it was that it was like the cards look like this, but they also had an extra border around these, and then she just changed it, re-edited it, republished it with just this bottom border down there, and just these with the ovular and this type of border going on. And I think that's how she kept it, and major improvement. Honestly, major improvement. And the backs are way cooler too. Love it. Much better for sure. And then she said, we're going completely borderless. And I'm going to drop probably one of the coolest tarot decks. When did this come out? 2020? 2020. The Shimmering Veil. Get over here, you. And again, I like how it's just number and the suit element, or the element. 5 of air. It's not like 5 of sword. I'm like, no, you're convoluting too much. Just do the water. Just do the element. You think that it's like this anyways. So, and I think she draws like this. Oh, this High Priestess is so cool. She also, this is I've said it before and I'll say it again. The creepiest devil card as well. She knows how to draw darkness, I think. The 10 of Swords here. Look at that. And girl, if that ain't a vibe, if that ain't a mood. But then I also like this one, the 9 of Wands. Looks like he's standing on the surface of the sun. See, I also like what's this? This one always like attracts me. It's like this wind storm shaman almost, just like whirling with this turbulent wind. I like it. And then we got here the Dream Vision Tarot. This one's kind of been like, I thought it would like be more, when it first came out, I thought more people would be more excited about it, but I think over time more and more people I found are more like, oh, this is actually a pretty cool looking deck. I think this is one of the better iterations of it. The creator has done quite a few changes to it in subsequent editions, and I think this one might be the best because she did like do one where like the titles of the cards kind of moved around on the cards, and I'm not a big fan of that in tarot cards, where the title is like on different parts of the card. I'm like, at first it may look cool, but yeah, I have to go to bed. All right, good night, lady night. I'm like, I'll be back for sure. You'll see more of me in the future. This is The Road to Equilibrium by A Sombrous Sky. And this is a deck for sure gets the idea of shadow work. Albeit it still does that like dark, creepy, edgy, scary almost type of artwork, which I don't think shadow work needs for it to be shadow work. That's not the point. Like it's not supposed to be scary. It can be. Doesn't necessarily mean it always is. But this deck does show like things that we do tie into with shadow work. Like here we have fire is switched to desire. The air is thoughts, swords are thoughts. And then water is flows. And what was the other one? And then the materials is the physical pentacles, things like that. So yeah, it's dark and creepy, but I'm not mad at it. Like if this is the scary one you pull out for Halloween. This is the psychological trauma, horror, tarot, you know? And I would like to see more of her art like this. Like there's a few other cards that are like this, that are like add-on cards that she threw on there. They don't really match with the rest of the deck. Like it doesn't, doesn't match with this one, you know? But I think those are cool art pieces. Oh. The backs. A little dark. You can see a heart on there. The Touchstone Tarot. I believe Cat Black might be working on a new tarot deck. Don't quote me on that. But I remember when this was first out and about. I'm like, it was I remember this was like out of print. Not out of print, because the company that picked it up and was publishing it went out of business like shortly after. And I usually use this deck only for like readings where people are like, what's the type of person I'm gonna meet next? What is he like? What's his personality like? It really does a good job of looking and expressing personality types. Almost akin to almost like Tarot of the Hidden Realm, with its just like faces, portraits, you know, up close faces, like poses, posture card, you know, like it's not a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. It's not very like depicting a scene in a film or in a comic strip, it's really just like this person's like this, and it does a pretty good. She does a pretty good job of finding figures and facial expressions that match up pretty well with how those tarot cards, how matches with the tarot game. Now, it's very hard for me to buy into or justify getting a fandom deck. You would call them that. A lot of the ones that came out from it is inside editions. Inside editions, your days are numbered. Trust, your days are numbered. They've gone too far. I think they need to stop. They peaked with the Tarot del Toro, which is what I have here. And that is where they should have stopped. And I'm going to leave it at that. Because this deck is pretty fucking cool. I like this Hellboy. Even though he's the devil and he's not supposed to be like that, but like I like him. And then the Knight of Discs from Pacific Rim. A lot of gears I'm showing. And then the Hierophant. This should have been the devil. I'd say swap them. Well, no, because Daredevil isn't really Hierophant-y. I'm like, I like it. And it's pretty good cardstock too. I will say that. And the guidebook is also very nice. It offers an alternative way to looking at the numbers in the tarot. And I think if you wanted to learn tarot and you wanted a fun little thematic deck, this deck wouldn't be too bad. This is a new arrival as well. A little too, what's the word? Surreal sometimes, but still beautiful nonetheless. This is the Infinite Door by Pamela Love. I believe she does mostly jewelry. Which you'll see in some of the pieces here. So it's very light, very bright, very surreal. The backs. And the shuffle's really nice. The only downside I don't like about this is the booklet I'm like, something's off about that. That's not right. I feel like we were supposed to get a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know. It's off. I don't know. But the cards themselves, everything else is really cool about this deck. Big stretch. Don't drop anything, Zach. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Next, we got the This Might Hurt tarot deck. Another modern, contemporary, I would call it like a progressive commentary type deck with much more diversity in its people, in terms of body types, gender identities, and in a much more modern depiction. But still right about Smith. Here's the back. Got it with the black edges. I don't think I got back this on Kickstarter. I believe I got it after it was funded. I think after like when pre-orders went out. I'm not mad at it. I don't use it much, so it might be another one that might be moving on to a new home. But again, when I say that, however, it's in conflict with my desire to make a tarot occult library. So I don't know I don't know. This is one that I really like. This is the Ever Ahead Tarot by Joey O'Neill. And it's basically based on road trips, driving in cars, taking road trips. And the artist is Canadian, I believe. The Nine of Wands. Two of Wands. Mm-hmm. 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 I found it very clever. Cardstock is nice as well. Put that there. Then we got here a Dream of Nile. I thought it was Dream of the Nile. Dream of the Nile sounds much better. And this one's the Egyptian Tarot by the same creator of the Dream Vision Tarot. I believe it just got a new Kickstarter. I think no. Maybe a new. I do not remember. This one, I know this one's the one she just came out with. I do like the choices she made for which gods and goddesses go where. There is one issue that she does make. The tower is one of the tower cards. Thank God she gave an alternate one. I've mentioned this before when I show this deck to people. Is that I'm not a big fan of the ancient alien theory, conspiracy theory, just because it like devalues the capability of people and ancient peoples. They're like, these people were they were not that advanced. I'm like, listen, they didn't have cell phones to distract themselves with. Like, they had nothing better to do. They found a way. Like, they found a way. Here's the Brady Tarot, probably the best and only animal deck I think anybody should actually have. However, it is based on like the American continent and animals native to this continent. So yeah, if you're not familiar with these animals, you may not resonate with them. Because that's one thing. It's like you gotta be able to. These are animals you have to see in your day and know of in your day-to-day life. Which I mean, this bison animal I don't see daily, but I know it's local, regional. Hummingbirds I see a lot here. And this is more Central American in its depictions. And there's a lot of indigenous culture expressed in this deck. What I also like is that it's like wood block, so she like carved these drawings, illustrations into wood and printed them out like as in the old ways. So I do wish she did a black and white one. I think it would have looked so cool if she did just the black and white or coloring book. And this is also like the booklet, the guidebook was written by Rachel Pollack. It was probably like one of the last guidebooks she wrote, I believe. Yeah, here we have, oh no. Oh, it looks like it's getting worn here. The Peculiar Pathways Tarot also by Lennox Reese. This one, I thought I wasn't gonna really like this one, but it impressed me. It reads really well. Now, one thing I will say, though, is, yeah, if you're going to call something one thing like the Two of Cups, perhaps it may behoove you to put cups in it. Like here, at least the King of Wands does have a wand there. Love this High Priestess. Listen, you put a pomegranate in a High Priestess, I'm sold. The Two of Swords again. I think it might benefit some swords. No, that's just me. Apparently, also she put like flowers here at the like the flowers here also surrounding the card also mean something. So there's a whole book to this. I like this Four of Swords, the statue. And then the Lovers. Death. Kind of reminds me of is it the Memento Mori? It's by the creator Black and the Moon, I think is her name. She did a few astrological decks as well, but I can't quite remember the name of them. But I think I had a copy of one, and I wasn't quite impressed with it. This deck right here, this by Gabby Angus West by Avatara Bonefire. She did the Far Out Tarot, which came out of like nowhere. I'm surprised she even did it because she just did the Avatara, and I was like, that's a pretty intense project, I think. And then for her to continue and then make this, wow, you know. And for some reason, this one is my favorite of her decks, and it's the one that I can more comfortably read with. Compared to her other works.
this. This is a trippy death card. The moon. And then the backs. This is one I was like excited for, and the art isn't bad. I like the artist, Alexandria Huntington, Zia Hunt. This is her Children of Litha tarot. She did her Children of Osara, and I didn't get that one just because I wasn't really impressed with this one, if I'm being quite honest. It has things that I like in it, and I was really happy with a lot of the choices in this deck. And yet, it's one that it doesn't read well for me for some reason. Even though the art is beautiful and everything about it I like, it's like it matches up. It doesn't like, it's not like, oh, like, you know, but it's just, I don't know. Her nameless one is far more enjoyable. I like her nameless tarot and oracle deck. That I like more. And then she apparently is working on another one that's a black and white tarot deck. And it's I don't know if she's finished it yet. I don't know if she's still working on that. I don't know. Here we have the Cosmos Tarot and Oracle. No, Cosmos. Nope, not Cosmos Tarot. Nope. Nope. Cosmovisions. Cosmovisions here. This is by James R. Eads, who did the Prisma Visions and the Light Visions, the Blue Oracle, something like that. And what else? And I got the Geomancy set as well with this, and the Oracle of Many Paths is the most recent one that he did. And I like these two, but I have yet to really feel confident enough to read with, like, for others with it. It's one that again, I do this to myself. I just get a bunch of decks I need to study because they have their own unique depictions and systems that are different to traditional tarot. Like, here's a court card. Like, how do you... The Mender. Kind of makes sense. It's somebody that fixes things. And the Pelican, which is supposed to be like similar to the Emperor, and there's like alchemical symbolism to it, well, for me at least. And when I read the guidebook and the depictions and the descriptions of it were just pretty much typical tarot meanings, I was very disappointed because I'm like, no. No, that's not right. That doesn't seem right to me. And so I was like, time to do my own thing with it, you know? Here's the Orbs, which is the Strength card. And it's like, orbs are like souls that have passed on, or spirits. I think he talks about that in his book. And it's just something about it. Something about it was off. This one I like. And I think more decks should do this. And I think this deck really... it's... Yeah. This is the Arcane Bullshit deck. I don't know if I bought this or if it was gifted to me. I think it might have been gifted to me. I think my tarot godmother gifted it to me, or I got it in a trade. How I got this into my collection, I do not recall.
but I do like the whole philosophy and how the sense of humor and how the arcane bullshit, the creators don't really take the esoteric and occult seriously, but yet they know, and they know what they're making fun of, you know. Infinite cosmic mess. Meaningless garbage. What's this? Look at this fucking hourglass. A giant sperm fighting a dove. It's gotta mean something. What does it mean? King Fancy. Mm-hmm. The greased priest. Sword hoarder. Little Pablo. I would be worried if I got this card. Very worried. What is this? You're fucked. Make up your goddamn mind. This is a good. This I think is a pretty good oracle deck. I think, and I'm gonna try pulling this one out during my live streams. But you gotta act like it. But I gotta act like it's the most esoteric, occult, magically powerful, and spiritually in-depth deck ever. Even though it's like fine, but it doesn't take itself seriously. Then here we have this deck here. Underrated, I think. Tarot of the Golden Wheel. I'm like, it's gorgeous. And it reads really well. I don't have any cultural connections to the culture that is being depicted in this deck, yet I can still read with it pretty well. I love the strength card. Or no, I always think it's a strength card, but no, it's or it's the Empress or the strength. Let me see. I wonder, because they look the same. They look very similar. I might have passed it. Nope, that's the Queen of Wands. That's another one. There's a wheel. And then the Seven of Wands. And this, I was surprised to see this going mass market as well. This is the Rain Shadow Tarot by Claire Mack. I love the Illuminated Earth Oracle. And this tarot, it's, yeah, this is it. Now, I wanted her tarot to look more like the Illuminated Earth. I thought she was going to do something more like that, other than this collage deck that she made. Which Illuminated Earth is a collage deck, but not like that. Like it doesn't look explicitly collagey like this. I've been on for, I think this is my longest live stream that I've done. But no, I think I've gone longer in the past. And then here we have the Kazanlar Tarot.
No, this one was out of print. Came back into print. Still very pricey when it came back into print. Almost like the Heindel in its multicultural aspect, but different. I believe the creator has now passed away, and the guidebook is useful, but I feel like it could explain a little bit more in the meaning of these cards, what, like, more into the depictions and why they look a certain way. Gosh, how many more decks do I have? I have so many more decks. I was like, I may do a part 2, but we'll see. We shall see. Next, we got the Fyodor Pavlov. I remember when this deck first came out, when I backed it on Kickstarter, I was like, okay. It looks fine. It looks cute. Yes. Progressive. Diverse. Yes. Beautiful art. Yes. And then when I finally got fulfilled and the deck started coming out, everybody wanted it. Everybody wanted it. And everybody got so upset as to how long the Kickstarter... No. As to the ordering, like they would only do... The creator would only drop 100 batches, and it was in such high demand that they would sell out within hours, if that, of the leftovers of this deck, because it's just that good of a fucking deck. I will say that it reads perfectly. This is a good tarot deck right here. This right here, this is good shit right here. Now, I believe, I always say this, and someone always corrects me, but if it wasn't the Wild Unknown, for sure the Fountain Tarot was that next step into contemporary tarot, and was one of the flagship decks that brought tarot into the new era that we know it today. And this version I got is the indie version, the independent version. But it's one I just can't read with. And so it just stays in the collection as a collector's piece, because it is like the modern contemporary tarot, in my opinion. Now, a lot of people have been trying to make this Rider-Waite-Smith Marseille blend, and not a lot of people get it right. A lot of them are just the Rider-Waite-Smith and the Marseille woodblock art style. Like it's not giving what people think it's giving. And so I liked this one. I'm not a huge fan of Eugene Vinitsky and some of the tarot decks that they make. But this, however, this is some good shit right here. Now, the court cards and the majors are obviously typical Marseille style, but you're like so. You know. But when you get to the minor arcana, here's the 10 of Cups. See, it doesn't look like no 10 of Cups. You might think, oh, it looks maybe like 10 of Cups. Oh, like, no.
Here's the Five of Cups. Not such a sad scene, don't you think? Here's the Ten of Swords. Yeah, this one's rough. And then the Three of Pentacles. And so there's something going on here. There's things to be read into this. The Eight of Cups. Which I believe they're supposed to be derivative of the Marseille traditional meanings, just expressed visually. So here we have the Seven of Wands, which kind of looks like typical Seven of Wands. Kind of in our expected Rider-Waite-Smith, but here's our Three of Wands. And then this one's interesting. The Four of Wands is the Ark of the Covenant, and the people are carrying it. I believe, or at least I believe it's supposed to be. No, it's not. It's supposed to be a little chapel. I don't know. To me, it looked like, or gave me Ark of the Covenant vibes. And then here's the Seven of Swords. They're playing backgammon, if that's how you pronounce it. And to this day, I have no idea how to play backgammon. People have explained it to me. I have seen the rule. It's just not right. I just don't know. I just don't understand it. No. And there's supposed to be a book with this. I didn't get the book. I just got the deck. Well, no, because I think I've got the deck secondhand. So I got to get the book separate. I don't know. Let's see. So, like I said, there's like pretty much every other deck I get is like so in depth, complex, does something different that I have to get, and I have to read and sit down and study it on its own. But yeah. Anyways, this is the Empty Cup Oracle by Stasia Burrington of the Sasurai Bezel Tarot and the Yukika Tarot. This is a really good Oracle deck. This is another one that passes the Oracle deck test. Very simple. Nothing groundbreaking. But you get it. Like you pull the card, you're like, okay. And again, and I've done it for one card daily draws with like my Marielle and what was the other one? Oh, that one Oracle, the Ubico. Yeah. And it reads really well with those. Where are we now? There's so many. I'll be so honest. I think we're gonna do a few more, and we're gonna call it a night there because it's a lot. It's so many. I didn't even keep count, but 5 hours, a 5-hour live stream. Hello, thank you all for stopping by. But I think we're gonna call it there because I just got a wave of exhaustion right there, and I'm hungry. I want to go eat. So I'm going to pick this back up tomorrow, maybe. I hope, and we'll finish off with the rest of the shelves. Yeah. And, I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when I'm live again. And I will see you all in the next live stream with hopefully Ethernet connection, better lighting, and I don't know, a cleaner room. We'll see. All right. Bye-bye.